Erica,
Yeah, just look at this and make sure it looks okay.
you're gonna kill me?
What's the matter?
The Zoom is on. I mean, not the Zoom, the owl. I must have got.
I don't know what you,
Oh, this.
how do I get to the main screen? But
You just do it.
You got 20 minutes.
I don't know, I don't have patience for this.
That's why I do it on the.
That's right.
And this is why I don't want it, because I don't have patience to
Just
respond
like
to that.
live television.
Erica,
Uh-huh,
Murphy's Law.
what's that? No, I know, I need it. This thing is on Owl, if you look on settings,
Well, owls been showing up.
I don't know why it's not showing up then. Look. Video,
Mhm.
It was on before, there it
it's
is.
yellow camera,
Go look now.
Yeah, you're on.
and audio is Owl speakers.
Just 1 second.
Right.
I think I know what. That's me, and I saw that when I was back there, I didn't see.
Okay. The lines are
I'm
flashing.
here, I'm not sure. There's nobody here.
Okay, good. I'll tell you, when she retires, we're gonna hire somebody, I don't do this. That's why she's doing it. I'm gonna do one-on-one call.
No, it's giving me a new toy.
Your phone?
Yeah, no, for the weather.
Oh,
And I only got, yeah, I went and took a course.
oh,
Always, yeah, always right.
was it what, a heavy duty course or?
6 hours a day for 2 weeks.
What was it for?
The weather thing and storms and
Okay.
hurricanes, tornadoes.
Like safety and all that good stuff?
It's.
Wow. Did you learn a lot at least?
Well, I got acclimated with the toys that they gave me. And now they just sent me an email that they're deleting all those little gadgets. And
You want to get new ones?
yeah,
So you have to go through this again. That is sort of, they're going to a new system.
Okay.
Wow,
well, but this was technology, that's what's gonna
I know, I know,
technology, everything changes.
it does.
Changing constantly.
It does.
By the time you learn it.
It's something else, yeah, I know.
Thing.
It looks like it's packed outside, but it's not.
No,
There's not a parking space anywhere.
really?
Everyone has to be
Like,
Bradley Blues having some,
oh, okay,
There you go.
that'll do it.
Bradley Blues doing something, they got somebody walked in here with a bunch of bags,
Okay.
a stand,
Mhm.
you know. A projection thing.
Just helped a friend, who got a parking ticket from Newark and had never been there.
Oh, goodness.
So I told her to go to the police department, I don't know what to do with it.
Can't you just mail it in?
No, there was actually a summons, who's gonna issue a warrant because she ignored the other two mailings.
Oh.
But, so she talked to Sergeant Salerno, they got the phone number for the court, because there was nothing on the paper, no phone number or anything.
Wow.
So she called me up last night, and she's hysterical, and she can't get the phone number to go through.
Aw.
And she was supposed to have a court hearing at 4:30, and I said, listen, let me try, so I used my phone, she has a flip, so she couldn't do the Zoom.
Mm.
So we got through, they put her on a list of like 20 people. And then they go to the prosecutor's office, so they go through all the people, all their tickets, blah, 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 blah. One guy had 79 parking tickets. 79.
79, how do you get that many parking tickets?
It's because he kept on parking where it's a sweep street or something. Sweeper would go through, so. And then they never got to her. Okay. So now they go to the judge. They told her to go to the holding room, which I guess was another phone number.
Mhm.
Then they go to the judge, and then they go 2 hours. Everybody's name, and they're telling the judge this story and that story. So at the end, they go, I guess the one prosecutor goes, I guess we're all done. I'm like, hell, no, we're still here. And they were claiming they were trying to contact her and not. So anyway. This is the funny part. So at the time, she's sitting next to me. I had a lot of time left. I was looking on my laptop. I looked up her ticket
Mhm.
and it told you what kind of car it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't even her car.
Oh.
It was the driver's license. It was Jeep.
Oh, goodness.
It
Terry.
was, the license, the tag number was correct, but the car model was completely wrong. So they probably wrote down the wrong.
Right. Oh, gosh, that poor woman.
So this is what the judge said to us. She goes, it's not even my car. He goes, how do you know that? Well, I looked at the ticket online. How did you do that? My girlfriend showed me. And it's not even the right car. So he goes, all right, it's dismissed. You don't have to worry about
Aw, that's good, that's good. You took that out.
it. 2 hours. And then mind you, we're hearing all these stories.
Right.
And everything's, when are you gonna pay? Everybody was paying on Friday. It reminded me of Wimpy. Give me a
Well,
hamburger.
give me a hamburger today and I'll pay you on Wednesday.
That's cute.
Yeah, I saw, I did a half day because I came back, I worked till noon because I.
You know, no, I don't care.
So I saw it before, but I had.
I just didn't know if I still needed to do that.
Yeah, just, I mean, just kind of a technicality, let me, first thing in the morning,
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know.
Probably on the executive session, upstairs, and clear those out.
Okay.
All I gotta do is just send the email up, just so they know, it's kind of like procedural.
Okay.
Really don't need to, but like,
I just didn't know because.
we're just stay consistent, so I'll set it up and then, yeah, I'll let, I'll sit in the. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just.
And no, it's the right thing to do. I
Just to be consistent.
Yeah, no, I
so
hear ya.
We're just always doing it.
Okay.
No.
Workshop seal and sewer. Presentations and bids. Approval of minutes. From Washington. There's 4 of them.
Nope.
The mayor's. Public comment, 5 minutes of a simple instance to speak to the participant, whether in person or virtual. The public comment.
That's.
And then. There's also the.
Austin.
Austin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ron.
Ron, oh, okay.
We gotta have Ron. Phone in.
Yeah, I have a phone.
No, I did, my.
Right.
No, it's my cell phone, yeah. Right.
And they are saying.
Okay. All right.
Wow. Okay. Nicole gets started and I have to wait.
Oh, my goodness.
That's really good. You see, it's so
Fluid or?
Yeah, we just kind of scrunched and blew it, did a
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
bunch of
yeah.
things to it.
Is your hair better on rainy days or?
Sometimes,
I bet, yeah.
sometimes, yeah. That's awesome.
Hey, Dominic, how you doing?
I'm Austin.
Wait, oh, Austin, oh,
Yes.
okay, I'll get it straight eventually. Hi, Meredith, how you doing? I tried.
Trying to prep in advance and it's one game, but on a normal day.
Hi, Terry. Hi, Captain. I gotta think about, I know your first name. James. James. Yeah. Did your mom call you James sometime?
No, she goes with Jim.
Oh, she does, okay.
I'm trying to think if she gave, she was giving me.
Thank you.
Right, usually it's like, Jane or Reed and no. Yeah.
Jimmy. How are you?
Ken, how are you?
Meredith, how you doing?
Well, thanks.
Sure. Oh, we got some more. That's good.
Hey, how are you?
You saw that? Okay.
Summarizing. Yeah.
I'll let you know, Tim. Keep saying, I'm gonna end up doing one of these things on Facebook, and everyone will have the hair going all different directions.
Yeah, that's all.
Did you read this?
No.
Okay. I think you might, yeah. So everybody got a new agenda up there because there were a few typos that I had to fix, like between. Okay. Did you change the minutes?
Yeah.
I don't know. I did not because I didn't get, I only heard from one person, so.
Oh,
okay. I didn't know how you wanted to work that. I really didn't know if I was supposed to, so. I guess we should all respond to them.
Yeah, well, we'll just respond.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
I don't really like to do that publicly, but it's all good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah, no.
Good evening.
No.
He's already. It's time. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Very-
Oh, sure, it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, missed, yeah. I was like, yeah, yeah, I know. That's what it is. Yes. I was just getting like people mixed up. Yeah, he looks like an attorney. Yeah, but you're with Ron. Now I remember. It all comes back to me.
David for the audit resolution.
Right, okay, everybody sign it.
Got it. By tonight's like, attach it and
Great.
What if three of us refuse?
We might be like, wrong.
it's acknowledging it.
We get fined, right?
Yeah, and I get charged $2 a day. Yeah, like, so.
I mean, that, it's,
I
that's
don't know
you.
if that's a Russian. Clerk says happens.
People that aren't responsible. for
It
that.
does state it right from, learning line. Nice, thank you. It's quiet. Sometimes quiet is perfect. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. We go.
Oh. Okay, I'm just making sure.
Hate that.
Not crazy.
Hate that.
Hey, I haven't seen you in a while.
It's here.
Oh. Brands, my hair is wet, I'm running late.
Wait till later.
Well, is that the way it's moving? I don't know.
I was the oldest.
Oh, yeah. But I
Read any other.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes. Say, this is the thing that I'm gonna send that out. I haven't.
You know, I've never even thought about that.
No, come on.
Never even thought about that.
No, you shouldn't. That's bad enough.
Oh, hang on.
But, yeah.
She's pretty something out.
I know, I got it.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Coast Star, and the New Coaster on December the 7th of 2023. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken. Mr. Noble?
Here.
Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Ms. Mahoney? Here. Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Good evening, everybody. We are going to go into executive session in a minute, but before that, again, try to make my commercial announcement that although we should welcome disagreement because it helps us think through things differently, our voice should be a constructive one. We all want a brighter Bradley Beach and ask you to join us in this journey. And I ask everyone to gauge their tone during going forward. We're all neighbors.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to add to that comment if I may.
Sure.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. I like to hear from you. And I thank you for tuning in too. It's important. The governing body values your comments, your questions, your compliments, and yes, even your criticisms. Because that's our job. We serve you. You are our boss. You are our most valuable asset. And as the mayor states each meeting, voices should be constructive and we should all gauge our tone as we are all neighbors. Well, that needs to work both ways. At our last meeting, one of our governing body members muttered aloud, directed at a resident, "Sit down, asshole." That behavior is unacceptable. And I would like to recommend this person practice what they preach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go into executive session. Resolution 2024-73, retire in executive session to discuss personnel investigation and litigation matters. Make a motion to go into executive session.
Second. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Austin. That's that better.
I don't know if they think over that.
They would only do
Hey, Greg.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
In fact, here, I mean, look.
You sure? Yeah.
I know. The shop like someone's that's the odd.
Yeah, that's right.
You might get one gold. Gee, have a seal. And 6 hours.
She told me when they did the construction.
So.
So now I'm doing the rest of it.
Yeah. We didn't know. So. Thank you.
If I wasn't renting it, but because I'm right back in today, now he said it was back when I watched it. That guy did try to say that was nuts. Some they did. They did put the water that were and then. So I don't really dating like
Yeah.
that.
They still do that, but that's if they're in like a study, you'll see the.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just promise.
And that's. You know, that. You know, like. I follow that on, and they have, and I, yes, we have, and it's very thorough, because if you're going a little one bit.
We put them out. A lot of times we get them, we put them probably in parking lots. Yeah. They're not ever. And that same part of 30 on that is lower. Stationary object.
Well, it's a good perspective of that.
Yeah, that more narrow.
And I'm not asking too much, but I'm resident about being.
We just want to understand that we are addressing it, but you might not see such a change because some of that might be perception. Like we're down, we're much. They want to be addressed, but it's not 50, 70, something like that.
Okay, well, that's the plan behind this, and again, you know, not really.
You ever see it? So I don't know, I have this place, like,
Their cars are.
we definitely get, when I was on the road, we definitely 40 miles an hour. It does happen.
But I know the cars have such sensitive question.
Yes,
But not on Zoom. Nobody's.
I mean, I don't know after split happened, you know, because I actually left, I was way out when that happened, because I come back and I split my day, so I don't get any overtime. I actually left at noon, so I could come back to 6, finish out my day, but I don't think she was, definitely needed a stitch or something, because that, you know, yeah, and it was probably broken, so, yes, he fell out. Yeah, right there, right there, it's hard. Yeah.
I'm looking at, I got.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, I'm trying to let you think. Well, all of the.
Yeah, it was, yeah, it was now.
When it's a large amount.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Oh, no, she got it. She walked her foot. Yeah, she's very good. She was very good back. Kind of lost it, but it came right back.
Yeah, take a long time.
You know, that is when you fall, you don't get it. Yeah. Yeah, me, Joe. Yeah, when he gave them. Keep going. Yeah.
This is.
No.
I should go so.
I said, yeah.
We got. Oh, here we go. Computer? Computer?
National weather.
But they expect to live in
Get about it. Watch up there. Get up there.
nightmare right now too. It's crazy. Yes, so it's a mess.
I gotta remember that, man. Nice place.
It's a total different. Everything is one.
It's just one toy. I saw the, I know it was the second, anytime I needed. Anytime I needed.
I know.
This is what it was. This is what they're doing. See how I.
Yeah, well, behind I'm gonna say how people are going to be.
Well,
Yeah, I think so. Right.
Yeah.
And, next person.
I think it's
He was gonna use the mix as well. So now it catches up to you. And it's very hard to do
sense to actually talk about that.
Collaborating. Didn't come.
So, Barbie did it, the biggest mistake we did was like. We will shut
But not lack of sharing the. I mean, I think.
I started to say, now I am.
When you just find out. You can't.
Everybody's kind of
Just wants to make
It was like. Now I have. No. I don't play.
Right.
They have.
Oh, yes, we do.
Yeah.
You stay at home.
Yeah.
Kill it, I can. I love these things.
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved. Yeah, just because, Philly has, we know a lot of things, but they like, I think it's like the same. And then, yeah, so I just started.
Something good.
Never seen that. Oh, my God.
However.
That is like.
I mean,
It's also. I don't really remember that. I just remember shooting it, but I'm like, now I'm on a mission to find out. I don't know if I shall make it.
We would like.
We talked about
so much.
To be honest with you. They changed the.
What people started.
But they did come in for. So they have.
Too many But I think that happens in less than it's fine. Sometimes.
I see.
Sometimes we have like people on bottom. I love it, especially it's not all being right here.
When I don't.
Oh, the jury.
No, I knew that. Where am I sitting?
Oh, you were saying that you don't need here.
He's always on.
I know I got.
But we have a gap that we. And we have to do our work. We have to work more. So that comes next year. Mayor comes.
I actually know.
I think that's why. Trying to wind down the clock. So that we don't. And then the next. We'll find demonstration. Like a developing. Once it's in. Once it's in. In the shower.
Yeah, yeah. They were wrong. So they got the train and I saw. And just doing, I guess, I'm just doing the drill, like, you know, it's down, you know, back to. I told them. They got all so they were using. Yeah. We have to I mean, I teach math. With the whole thing. Too. Years of cost. Yeah. Yeah. Please keep it at like 10 and less.
That part I did. I get it. You're not. Where they get. Yeah, I've been there, and I've been there for practice. I have
Yeah. That's still so great. Yeah, right, yeah. We talked about that. Yeah, I was gonna say it's. Wow. Some of that stuff.
But they have this
Yeah, we haven't talked about.
I didn't know. My parents. Where they have to walk me down the field. Okay, that's the right way for like to do it. That would be my area. But you know what?
No problem. Yeah. You're actually having a shoes on, so I'm bringing out the big mess. I gotta get ahead. Why did I get? As we like. All the people.
Notice my dog right
No, but I. We're talking years to do that. Go to Red Back. They were sending a couple of other towns. Yeah, I don't, I know.
Say that, you know, something like the words for that. And the foundation of that.
Yeah, long time, yeah. Now,
I'm leaving this one down. I love that.
Still out there?
We don't even have a field.
Yeah.
Another back.
Everybody thinks we're gonna go side.
And it's secure. There you go. I'll get like, and, clear for you, screenshot. It's funny because they just saw me in church too, like, it's early, you know, church. That's right. I guess about I get up there Thursday was my. I played that one. First week I got, they got my phone. Yeah, first couple times I played it, I got like. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, no, this is big.
I saw it, I didn't.
I think it's, if you're doing shopping for yourself. And I'm doing story. Right there. I mean, that's so.
But outside, that's all like, that 10 years, like,
Thank you. Great.
Much better.
Cooler out here.
Yeah. Wow.
Good. Okay, apologies for the duration, took so longer than we thought. The next item on the agenda is workshop sales sewer considerations. Mr. Shishius back.
Jim Shishier, 112 Woods Avenue. In the spirit of efficiency and trying to keep the meeting on time, I'm gonna shorten my preamble and say, I've been before this governing body on many occasions talking about sewer infrastructure because My fellow resident, Rick Bartholomew, and I co-authored a report that went to the council, to the Strategic Plan Committee in December of 2019. There were a lot of recommendations, a number of which have been implemented. The final recommendation was that in our 6-month investigation of sewer infrastructure, where we had many meetings and interviews with other towns, with the water company, with the Neptune Sewage Authority. It was apparent to us that there are reasons for the governing body in the interest of finding the most cost-effective way to provide sewer services to continue to do an evaluation of the various options. To that end, I'm very pleased this evening to introduce Scott King with Dakota's law firm. Scott has had a substantial amount of experience in New Jersey with municipalities and sewer infrastructure. So with that as a brief introduction, Scott.
Hi, sorry about that.
I'm gonna try to be only a little bit longer than Jim was. I've got a full agenda this evening, and I know Jim wants to go watch Miami Open. I was asked to give a very high level, general review of your options when it comes to management of your sewer system, your wastewater system. So I'm gonna go over the 4 general options that you have, 2 of which I'm going to pretty much discount for my purposes this evening from the get-go and just focus on the other 2. One of those options, obviously, is for you to maintain your status quo. Keep everything the way it is. You're familiar with what's going on. That may or may not be something that's viable for you. That's not something that I can really address at this time. So I'm really not going to focus much on that. Your other 3 options to do a public-private contract to have an entity manage your system. Or you can do a municipal sale or a long-term lease of your system. Or you can participate in what's called the Water Infrastructure Protection Act, also known as WIPA. It's another system that I don't believe really applies to your wastewater system. And that's another one that in the future, if you'd like, I can always address it to a further extent. But I'd like to focus really on your public-private contracting option or your long-term lease or sale option. The public-private contracting is governed by specific statute in the state, the New Jersey Wastewater Treatment Public-Private Contracting Act. It is all of these. The 2 that I'm going to discuss are very strictly regulated, and they are time consuming. Both of these, the private contractor or the sale long-term lease, could take up to 1.5 years to go through from start to finish for different reasons. Public-Private Contracting Act is easier to get into, but the time-consuming portion of that is that once you have your proposed contract available, it has to be presented to the Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of Community Affairs, Local Finance Board, and State BPU. Each one of them has to review it and approve it, and that can take a long time. Some of the things to think about on a public-private contract is that system is still yours. So it's yours for any capital improvements. Those are at your expense. And what you end up doing is you pay private contractor who in essence manage your water source. Depending on the reason that you're looking to change the system that you have now, change the status quo, might not be simply for management, which is where you would get into the long-term lease or sale system. But things to think about on the public-private contracting aspect of it are that, again, it can take a year to a year and a half to complete. You are still in charge of the rates, the rate structure for your system. Capital improvements, again, are your obligation. What you can do is put into a service agreement as part of your private contractor annual work items, which typically don't exceed $15,000. And they typically would just roll that into their fees to be charged as part of the service that you're paying for on a regular basis. If you have a staff system that you'd like to maintain, that can be rolled over into a contract with a private contractor. And then there's a transition period that you'll have to undergo, whether you go through a private contractor or you decide to do a sale. And that is for the staffing of the service and as well as your billing system. There's a period of time that you have to work with the contractor to determine that the system's going to flow seamlessly and easily. Long-term leases or sales, in essence, you're selling your system. You're no longer responsible for the maintenance of the system, but you're also no longer in charge of the rate structure. You're going to sell the system. It's another long-term process, could take a year to a year and a half. Again, you're no longer responsible for the management of the system or capital improvements, but the flip side is you're no longer in charge of the rates that are being paid by your base. Staffing, as with the lease of the system, can be rolled into a contract with the purchaser, as in the transition period and the billing period, similar to a long-term, similar to a contract with a third-party contractor. There's a period of time that you'll have to work with the purchaser to make sure that the transition goes smoothly and that the billing changes go smoothly as well. On the sale of a system, what do you do with the proceeds? Proceeds by statute have to go first pay off any debt associated with your existing system. Once that's paid off, they have to go to the payment of any other debt, any other municipal debt, and if there's any funding left over after that, it's to go into the general fund for whatever like. WIPA, the one that I said I wasn't going to get into very much, is a very strictly regulated system. It only applies if you can comply with one of 5 conditions, and you don't have to worry about the population, but it only applies to municipalities with a population of 270,000 people or less. And that, in a nutshell, is really the options that you have. So to keep it as quickly and short as I could, part of your agenda. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to try and tumble through. Any questions?
There.
Yeah.
Thank you very much just for joining us tonight, taking time out of your, I'm sure, very busy days. The reason this has come up, and Mr. Shishis has been great, along with his colleague and fellow resident, Rick Bartolome. As he mentioned, he started this questioning a long time ago for Bradley Beach, and you wouldn't necessarily know our specifics, but one of the reasons I think, at least I, and I think others have at least wanted to understand the pros and cons. One of the things we keep saying, and I want to say it for the public's benefit as well, nobody that I know of is sitting here thinking we want to sell our system. All I'm thinking is I'd like to understand the pros and cons. You know, what are the risks? What are the rewards? And when I think of what we've got today, I know we've got, very old, 100-year-old terracotta infrastructure. We're talking about, can we put in, kind of, I don't know, liners and things like that to preserve the length of the usefulness of the sewers for some period of time. We're also looking at potentially, if we need to actually replace sewer lines, borrowing substantial amounts of money for a relatively small municipality. So at least one of the questions is, what are the trade-offs in the event of a sale? What are the trade-offs in terms of that loss of control? Right now, we can set our rates, but once we borrow a ton of money, if we do, we would jack our rates dramatically higher. So
I'm sorry.
how does that, so I guess help us, if you would just think through high level, what are potential pros and cons for municipality like ours, so the very old infrastructure?
Pros obviously are you're not gonna have to pay for upgrading that infrastructure. What happens is that the buyer would come in and believe it or not, the worse your system is, the more valuable it is to a purchaser. So if you have a perfect system with no flaws, you're not gonna get as much money on purchase as you would for a system that is in bad shape. And the reason for that is that the buyer is guaranteed under the statute, a guaranteed rate of return. And that rate of return is gonna be based on all of the other customers that buyer has throughout the state of New Jersey. So that's a major pro for a system that's at the end of its useful life or close to it. The biggest negative is that you lose control. You lose control over the rate system. Now, what you can do is, as part of your bidding process and the contract that you enter into with a purchaser, is you can lock in certain rates for a period of time. Now, rates aren't going to go through the roof because regardless of who operates the system, rates are governed by the state statute and the Board of Public Utilities. So they're not going to allow someone to come in and say, okay, well, we want to increase our rates by 5%. That's not going to happen. And what you can do, you typically lock in. Now, one that we just finished has a 0% increase for the first 2 years after the closing. And then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4% after that. You can negotiate those numbers when you're negotiating the contract and you specify what you're looking for. You're offering what the bidders actually can come in and make their bids. So those are the two biggest ones. You lose control of the system, but you're also gaining the repairs and costs for the infrastructure that you would otherwise have to pay yourself.
And can you give us a sense of the world after a sale? And I guess what elements would we as a municipality negotiate typically? So what I'm thinking, is there a purchase price? Do we receive X dollars? And two, you started to talk about the rates. There's some leveling of the rates for some period of time. Can you negotiate that?
Yes,
Like,
you definitely get cash. And what your next step, when you get to the point where you're beyond just thinking about it, next step you're gonna have to do is put together a team to actually evaluate your system and what it would be worth. That team is typically an engineer, financial consultant, and an attorney. Could be your borough engineer, if you have a financial consultant or a financial advisor that currently works with the municipality, you can use that one, or you can enter into a contract with another. You really want a financial advisor that's familiar with this type of process and not just a general financial advisor. So if you have one that you work with now for your bonding processes, that financial advisor might not be comfortable doing something like this, in which case you'd have to enter into a contract with the financial advisor that is familiar with this type of a transaction. And that group would then come back to you with numbers. And based on those numbers, you'll come to a determination on, well, does it make sense to keep the status quo? Or are we getting some numbers here that make no sense not to take, that we can't pass up? Everything that's in the contract that goes out on your RFP would be negotiable. So you're gonna know what the system is worth. You're gonna know what kind of responses you get from whoever bids on the program. And you're gonna be able to negotiate before it even goes out that far as to what kind of term locks you're gonna be looking for, what kinds of public properties are gonna be included in those term locks. And then all that's negotiable as part of change.
when we go, should we go through a process like that, requesting bids, doing some with the team, doing evaluations of the pros and cons for us? Ultimately, who makes the decision? Is this something that goes to a public referendum, or how does that work?
A sale has to go through a public referendum, which is part of the reason that it takes as long as it does. And it's it's one of the bookends of the timing, because in order for it to be on a referendum, for example, for this year, it has to go to the county 3 months in advance to be approved. And that's, you're getting at a really tight timeframe to do that. So it might make more sense to determine what it is you want to do, start it off slowly, and then plan on having it go through a referendum. 2025.
And
You'd
my,
really be squeezing a lot of work into a short period of time to get it.
and all the more, I presume there's a very formal process to go through that referendum, so. My last question, just based on your personal experience or, you know, what you've learned from being in the industry. Can you just describe to us what might be an example of a successful sale that you've heard of? And what might be an example of, and you don't have to name names, but just the scenario of what might have been viewed as by residents as not a successful sale, something that could go wrong.
Well, I can really only speak for the transactions that we've handled in my office. And I'm not aware at this point of any, I believe this goes back to maybe 2015, 2016. I'm not aware of any where we've gotten any negative feedback after the transactions. The planning is where it's most important. And when you get through that planning, you know what you want to do. You'll just go through the process. But the most important part is the very beginning, planning on which option do I want to take and what are the values to this value for each option.
I know that was my last question, but one more. Are there typically 2 or 3 main bidders out there, or could there be 20 or 30 utilities that would bid on something like this?
Closer to 2 or 3.
Okay.
There are a handful that are big players in the state.
That's it for me. Questions? All good? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Jim, thank you too.
Okay. We'll go to the next item, approval of minutes, make a motion to approve March 13, 2024 council meeting minutes.
Discussion on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I know there's a very lengthy statement that you've added to the minutes that I think. I'll speak for myself. I don't think it should be included in the minutes if it wasn't part of the actual holding of the meeting. So I would suggest we at least discuss striking your comments. Any other thoughts?
I feel like we asked this at the time. Greg, do you remember just being asked? I do. So what, I don't remember the answer. And can they be in the minutes if they weren't actually spoken in a meeting?
You have previously allowed people to email in statements and included them in the minutes to the clerk. It's been the practice here. I obviously can't make you vote anything into the minutes. They're your minutes as a body. But it has been best practice where written statements have been given to the clerk and they've been included in the minutes. The clerk is, they're in there because that's what the clerk's been told to do for a number of years. So like, there's no hard and fast rule. You guys approve the minutes. They're at your pleasure. They're your minutes. You're voting as to whether they're an accurate reflection of what was said or wanted to be included at the meeting. And it's been done in the past. Whether you want to do it right now is up to you.
I mean, there must be other ways for the mayor to communicate his thoughts, right? You know, to put them in the minutes seems. I'd be more comfortable if you just posted it on a website or something.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to pull that out?
Yes, that's what I
Make the motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to remove the mayor's comments from the
The
minutes.
statement that he did not read.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, do I have a second? Second. Mr. Noble?
Yes, and if you would like to read them, I would welcome them in the minutes, but at this point, I will say.
Okay, I don't have it in front of me, otherwise.
Okay.
I would
I
read
mean,
it.
I
If you
would
wanted
give
me
them
to.
that option if you'd like to read it, that's fine with me, but I'd like, I feel it's different when.
Mayor, would you like me to read your statement?
No, it would take 10 minutes
Okay.
and it's the public.
Okay.
I'll put it on the website.
Okay,
I
all
just
right.
don't want to take up a lot. of
No,
people's
that's
time.
okay. All
And
right,
most of
understood.
what is in
I just
there.
wanted to be
I've already-
polite and all, but I'll read it.
Most
for
of
you
what
if you
is
want.
in there has been already stated.
Okay, that's your call, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I got my second, Mr. Noble?
Wait, what was the, you're saying?
To, I'm gonna strike it out of the
Yes,
minutes and.
yes.
okay. Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
No, thank you. March 13th, 2024 executive session minutes. Make a motion to approve those.
Second,
Uh, Mr. Noble?
yes.
Uh, Mr. Gubatose?
yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Abstain, I missed the
Yeah.
last 15 minutes. Okay, next item is public comments pertaining to 327 agenda items only, 5-minute
Wait, I'm
limit.
sorry, do we have to make a motion to approve the minutes? Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
one more motion to
Okay.
actually approve the minutes. I'm
Without
sorry.
missing, yeah.
Do I have a first and a second?
Second,
Mayor, you're first
oh, sorry.
to approve the actual minutes. Okay.
As a
Mr. Noble, your second.
Second, yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
yes,
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Thank you.
Public comments, agenda. Anybody have any public comments on the agenda? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I'd like to comment on, resolution number 2024-79. The way that reads, it is very disturbing to me, because I've never seen a resolution that basically threatens the council that's gonna vote on it. You included, statute 52:27 BB-52, which says a local officer or member of local government body who after the date fixed for compliance fails or refuses to obey an order of the director of local government services under the provision of this article shall be guilty of a misdemeanor upon conviction, and may be fined not more than $1,000 or imprisoned for not more than 1 year or both, in addition to the forfeiture of office. I've never seen that in a resolution. But what I'd like to share with you, Mr. Cannon and the council, is this is the model resolution that is presented by the DCA, which does not use this harsh language, essentially threatening the council to vote yes on this audit. This makes no sense to me, and I find it to be a horrible technique. Now, I think the mayor should really focus on statute 52:27 BB-51, which says the officer of a municipality or county who is charged with duties pertaining to fiscal administration shall keep accounts in order, in other respects, perform his duties in accordance with the regulations by this board. An officer who willfully violates this section shall be guilty of the misdemeanor and the $1,000 fine and imprisonment and loss of office. That's the one that you should really focus on, because this audit is so late. And I can't wait to read it. I'm looking forward to it, but it was due September 30th. And now it's March 27th and we're getting, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2023. Now, I would hope that you council folks, since you haven't seen the budget yet, would not approve any budget until you have the 2023 audit, which should be due by June 30th. So I appreciate the opportunity to make those statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
I'm Nancy Chia, 112 Fourth Avenue. I noticed that our acting borough administrator has left. I don't understand why. But I'm hoping somebody's going to be able to answer my questions accurately regarding the bills list. The manual checks and wires, the New Jersey Department of Labor and Workforce Development, that bill was for $23,967.61. Could someone please explain this expense?
I can't, but I will get back to you with what it is.
Well, who can?
We will get back to you.
Well, I noticed that I didn't, you said you would get back to me when the last time I asked questions, and I still haven't heard from you. So now how do I know I'm gonna get these answers?
Get the answers.
Okay, well, Ms. DeMarco was here. Would I be able to get the answers?
Did you have any other questions, Mr.?
Yes, I have plenty of
Why
questions,
don't you ask them?
but I'll answer my question.
Can I ask a question? Greg, is it possible that this workforce develop, is that like unemployment? Do we pay that? With,
I honestly don't know, Joe.
okay,
Okay,
Can you
well,
say
it's
what-
$23,000 that the bill was paid, folks. US Bank Operations Center, it's, what is this bill for? It's $1,384.99.
Okay, got it.
Again, nobody knows. Page 3. on the
Nobody
bill-
here knows.
Pardon me?
Nobody here knows.
Well, who's paying our bills? Nobody here knows. You're in the building 24/7. You're here all the time with Meredith DeMarco, our acting VA, and you're playing ignorant. You don't know about these bills?
No, I don't. What's your
I
next,
really-
what's your next?
I really question your integrity on honesty.
Well, I question your question, Mr. Seuss, because number one, I'm not here 24/7.
Okay, I made a mistake. I will admit that the fact that maybe I exaggerated by the time that you spent in here, but you are very much aware of what's going on in this borough. That's your responsibility.
Right. And
And who signs the checks?
the CFO and myself.
Okay, so therefore you have knowledge of these checks. So you're not totally ignorant of what's going on with the bills.
Okay, what's your next question?
Oh,
Mr. Seuss?
You know, really? Okay, broadcast music. Events B, why are we licensing music? That's $435. No answer. Page 5, Clark, Payton, Hatton, and Hines, Fair Housing. Is this attorney for Fair Housing Council Center? That's $4,737, folks. Mr. Bernstein, and he was the UFCW 152 Employment Council. That bill was for $2,745. Is this the union negotiations?
Yeah, I'm sure it
Oh,
is.
you're sure, or it is, yes or no?
I'm sure it is. Yes.
Is it a yes or a no?
I'm sure it is, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a cumulative amount we've already spent? Is this the accumulative amount that we've already spent?
No, it's not.
There's no contract?
No, it's not.
Okay, Oprah issues, Oprah Council. Mr. Bernstein was paid $4,260. Why are we continuing paying Mr. Bernstein when he keeps losing in court and we are losing to our own residents? That's $4,260, Mr. Bernstein got. Hillman Consultant. Ordinance 2021-525, various capital improvements. In this, is this a bill for the original work? Or is this a bill for additional work? And I think, that is for Biasio Center, and that is for, I think, mold remediation. That's on page 10 of the bill list, for any of you who have it. Again, another bill for mold list. Is this additional, or is this something that's been ongoing? I'd like to know how much the whole repair work and the whole cost of that building cost us, the taxpayers. Can we please get that number? One more, beachfront repairs, building maintenance, $403 for the shower repairs. When on earth are we, residents of this town, going to get decent showers on our beach? These are post-World War II showers. They're nothing but metal pipes sticking out of the ground. They've been that way since I've been a little girl on the beach at my grandfather's restaurant on 4th and Ocean Avenue. That water fountain on Fourth Avenue has been there since my grandfather had the concession on that restaurant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chris.
One more.
No, you're over your time.
Well, you used a lot of my
No, I
time.
haven't, I'm sorry.
Oh, and I'm glad to see that you got paid this month. Folks.
Next, please.
And somebody can answer where and how. Don't make it.
Yeah. Up the clock going here.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I also challenge things on this bill list for usual, many of which Ms. S, because I cannot pronounce her name properly, brought up. And it's more the underscore of we finally found out actually who's signing our checks tonight. That's a step forward. I've been asking this for I don't know how long. But how do I know that those checks signed are actually for the bills that we approved? How is it, there's here, we're supposed to approve manual checks and wires. Well, they already went. As did the payroll dates that are here. We're approving things that you've already paid. There's a term for that, but not ladylike, so I will not say it. But then more importantly, and I've asked this before, who does the bank recs? I certainly hope it's not any of the two people that have we've just been told sign the checks. And who matches the checks to the bills? In other words, where's on the bill? It's not funny, it's really serious. On page 20. We've got another bill from Pine Point. Who's supposed to be free?
From who? From High Point, you said.
Fine.
High Point, I'm sorry.
I say it every week. Supposed to be free. Why do we still pay it? We used to have an employee that was called the CFO that did our payroll. And now we're spending thousands, of which the December bill is, we had over $8,000 over the Pine Point. Doesn't make sense. And we're calling part of our payroll now contacts and part office. Does not make sense. We're always told, or not always, I've learned recently that a good line here for things is, we're not in possession of those records. You know, I've been told it, I know someone else has been told it, which is mind-boggling, as it is a federal offense to not keep records. But, you know, it's rather than use, why do we care? But yet we're paying File Bank thousands of dollars. Really? And one of those bills is from October. And let's talk about Mr. Bernstein, who I was told that firm was not our Oprah attorney, but we all know I was told the wrong information. But I am still waiting for an answer from that firm. So why should we pay for that bill, that Oprah thing? You do not steward our monies properly. And it's an emergency. I am beyond frightened, beyond disgusted. And as I've been saying lately, I don't know what I can do to right the ship. We're not welcome. We're belittled. We're not answered, but the men are usually answered. And it's disgusting and embarrassing. And this is, I mean, I'm on film here forever because people don't do their jobs and because there's no accounting. And at some point, for those of you that are taking advantage of we, the taxpayers, I promise you, it will come back and haunt you. Thank you.
Ms. Meadow, if I could just add that we've been using File Bank as long as I've been up here. You can imagine a lot of
Right.
paper gets generated, and instead of storing it in the hallway right down there, which we did, like, we used this File Bank.
Right, I get
Don't
it.
ask me
So-
where it is, but it's.
But to me, that's us. So we are in possession of whatever File Bank has. They have our records. So to constantly say to some of us who are asking things, we are not in possession, that is quite frightening to me.
Yeah.
Okay, and may I say regarding the workforce thing, that is normally a quarterly payment on payroll taxes. $23,000 is quite an alarming payment, because I do believe a couple of weeks ago I said, why are we paying this? It's not the end of the quarter. So, again, really scary that somebody signs off and doesn't know what money is for. So thank you for,
Thank you.
I think we can agree that biobank
Yes.
is an extension of us.
Greenblatt Jana, 414 Monmouth Avenue. I'd like to address the 319 Lorraine property. Last fall, there was a workshop where consensus was reached to have the borough go ahead and sell the parcel with 4 deeded conforming subdivided lots. There was consideration to put the onus on the buyer to demolish the structure with the caveat that elements deemed historically significant and worthy of resale be pulled for the borough. I recall a lengthy presentation by an antiques representative who deals in resale of artifacts and the suggestion that there is a market for some of the elements contained within the church structure. Later in the fall, and out of the blue, a proposal by the mayor was made to include an affordable housing plot on this site, with Habitat for Humanity as a target investor. As I recall, there was a great deal of concern expressed about this, and it seemingly went nowhere. Concerned that this asset has dragged out, I have publicly asked in 3 recent council meetings about the Lorraine property, and told each time by the mayor and BA that the borough is working with an engineer to prepare an RFP, no other details. So tonight we have a resolution, not an RFP. My question, is this resolution the context for an RFP? Do the bids come in with no RFP? Resolution 2024-82 challenges my understanding. It makes no mention of the historically significant assets and their preservation. Further, I'm stumped at a decision to go forward with affordable housing on this property for a couple of reasons. Number one, it does not align with the single-family housing stock within the neighborhood. And number two, it assumes a shortfall on the sale for option A, which requires 1/4 of the overall plot to be designated at below market rate. And further, how does this square with the lack of affordable housing requirement for developers on properties such as 301 Main, the Autotech site, and the multi-unit rental building west of Borough Hall? Why does the borough take the financial hit with no responsibility seemingly on developers? Now to the resolution. It says the land use board of the borough retains authority in the areas of subdivision review and approval, site plan review and approval, and the issuance of variances. The property is located in an R1 single family zone. Now, the land use board members are appointed by the mayor, and it is noticeable that residents with different viewpoints never seem to get appointed to the board. The resolution goes on to say, the invitation to bid shall require each bidder to submit 1 bid under each option A with restrictions and option B free of restrictions. Both options A and B have the same minimum bid price of $2,718,100. So my questions, what is the incentive for a developer to bid above the minimum for option A, which assumes a lower profit margin on an affordable housing lot? And 2, why 2 variable options? What is the thinking behind structuring it this way? I'll go on, and then I'm going to share this. My questions regarding option A, has it been determined who will own and manage the affordable housing lot? Is it Habitat for Humanity? Number 2, will variances be required for the 2-unit building? Remember, it's in an R1 single family zone in option A and put in place by the borough and land use board. And number 3, I do not recall an affordable dwelling 2-unit structure in CME Associates subdivision document. Can you share this with the public? The resolution goes on to say the municipality may elect or reject either or both options and the highest bid for each.
Such acceptance or rejection shall be made no later than at the second regular meeting of the governing body following the sale. And if the governing body shall not so accept such highest bid or reject all bids, said bids shall be deemed to have been rejected. My questions. So who determines the winning bid? The municipality or the governing body? And if not approved by the governing body, how does the sale proceed? Are there second and third choices? I know I asked a lot of questions here, so I've made copies to distribute to all of you, so you can answer in an email. Please respond to all of the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Can I share this with you to share? I have 7 copies.
Yes.
Of course, and I have a hard copy.
Yes,
for everybody.
Okay, Julie Titus, 605 North Avenue. I'm just going to keep this short and sweet. Please vote no on passing the bills list. That is just, there is no accountability. This is blatant disregard for financial responsibility. And we have to start saying no. We have no idea where our money is going, what is being paid and what is not being paid. And the fact that our acting VA is once again not here to answer questions, there is no reason for the council to approve this. It is time to start saying no. This mayor, Mayor Fox, and you are bankrupting our town. It's time to stop the madness. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Beth Kepler, 504 Central Avenue here in Bradley Beach. I also asked this council to vote no on the bills list. I think that it's inexcusable. I mean, I don't know what other job in the private sector that people would be able to be newly hired, such as the acting borough administrator, Mr. Marco, where there would be so many absences, and she's, you know, first it was the eye thing, then there was a death, then there was the flu. And I don't know how many, I mean, I think I'm missing 1 or 2 other instances. And she was here tonight, but we still have not had an answer from the mayor as to where she went. She was just here and then she vanished. And conveniently, when it came time to start answering questions about our money. And I also would like to go on the record preemptively now months in advance, because I can see the handwriting on the wall that we are being set up again for a repeat of last year, where all of a sudden, you know, I remember several meetings going back to the beginning of this year about how the promises were made about the council would be given, and there's 3 steps I understand to approving and implementing a budget, and that you're supposed to be given proper documents in a timely manner so that you can ask questions and manage our money properly. And I can see that we're being set up again, or the council is being set up again. So all of a sudden, at the 11th hour, be like, hurry up, we gotta pass this, we gotta prove it, because if we don't, there's gonna be all these like penalties, and I don't really care anymore. Because whatever penalties could possibly be coming down the pipe for us couldn't be any worse than giving this creature standing in front of me a blank check to just write. I have to say, as much as I really support the council, I am very disappointed about what happened a few meetings ago in regard to the 11.5 blank check, that $1 million that was given to them, given to the criminal network that's at play in our borough. And I don't want any more of my money embezzled and mismanaged. And therefore, I ask this council in advance, I don't care what the penalties are, I don't care what the ramifications are. There's no budget. I would rather see just the lights kept on and us doing the bare minimum to just get us through till November, so that we can just survive the rest of the few months, because clearly there's no conscience here. He's not going to step down. He's not going to do the right thing. He knows nobody wants him here. He knows he's impotent and he can't do anything. So really, we just have to, you know, muddle through and limp through, and all these dumpster fires are being set, I submit, because what the gentleman who presented on the sewer situation made a very important point about referendums in this coming November for the election.
And in order for us to change our government and to make sure that we don't wind up in the same situation again with the next mayor, is we need to figure out in advance and start really working and focusing on what kind of government that we are going to switch to so that we don't have to deal with another strong mayor who thinks that he can like steamroll over this community. And unaccounted, just spend our money willy-nilly and behind the scenes with no answers by an acting BA. And I also would like to see this Kim Humphrey, whatever the QR, whatever she is, needs to go. We need to like start like, we're being diverted. Our attention is being diverted, and all of these situations are intentionally being created in order to divert our attention from the really important things. And right now, we just need to manage to get through to November. And I don't really believe that not only should the budget not be passed in the future unless this council is given adequate time, but this bill list tonight should be voted no, regardless of what the consequences are. Because it shouldn't be, and if anybody wants to know why it's being voted no, it's because the people that are supposed to be here, and it's not like there's not advance notice, and we don't know that the people that are required to be here don't know that there's gonna be questions. And I suggest that it's potentially that she can't do her job and she can't answer the questions and she's afraid, or the mayor's afraid.
Ms.
For
Kepler,
her-
you really shouldn't talk about municipal employees in the context of performance. That's
Well,
really.
that's my personal opinion. I'm paying her salary and I have a
You're
right
not
to my
supposed to
opinion.
publicly talk.
And it's kind of rich of you to do that.
Thank you, thank you.
To sit here and bang your gavel about like how people should talk, because you don't talk to people the right way. You refer to your residents as minions and a lot of other derogatory terms. You're the one who's out of order. So it's kind of ironic that you're gonna stand here and lecture us about how we should be talking.
Thank you. Yes.
Mary Baxter, 18 Fourth Avenue. Just Mayor, and I don't think you do this intentionally, but you do interrupt women speaking a lot. And by the way, that's not specific to you. There's been studies that men do that to women pretty regularly in corporate life in particular. So I would just ask respectfully to be aware of that. And don't interrupt or try to shut down what some people are saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, where is the PA?
You know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
So she just got up and left the meeting?
Not sure what happened. Maybe she got a call. I don't know.
Why don't you call?
Yes.
Let's go.
William Shaw, 110 Fifth Avenue, Valley Beach. In reference to ordinance 2024-1. This ordinance was before the land use board, and there was a recommendation made. I noticed that on the agenda, and I read the 2024-1, there's been no change to it whatsoever. You know, like we said, we requested that you look into this ordinance that you're proposing and tighten it up. There's a lot of loopholes in here. For one, you have
I'm sorry, Mr. Shuck, but I think, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I think we got a memo from the land use board the other day saying it was good to go, so I'm missing something, so maybe you can enlighten me.
well, it should have been good to go.
That's
Because,
what, am I missing that?
What was stated, in fact, I made that motion to what it should state, that yes, it is consistent with the master plan, but there are loopholes in here that the mayor and council should look into and tighten it up.
Can I ask a question? Isn't this something that the state is
Yeah,
requiring?
yeah,
of
I
us?
said, yeah.
Well, it's not like the town can change.
It was
what the
it's
state
a
wants.
recommendation, it's a recommendation, and the TCA has, what do you call it, modified that recommendation, and that was another thing that was brought up for you guys to look at. I mean, here's one right here, provide opportunity non-residential use to supply EVSEs to their customers and employees. So now, what you're saying is, we're gonna put the charging stations in a parking lot, let's say, Darcy's. Let's say him. And he's gonna put it for his employees. The parking lot is for customers.
Did you just say
employees.
customers and employees?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Darcy's got torn to the ground and a big apartment building got built there, that's what this is talking about. Then there's a requirement to put electric vehicle charging stations there. And what you just read said, yeah, in addition to, I guess, people that live there, you would have to be available to the staff that work there and.
Opportunity for non-residential.
Okay, so if you're disputing that, sounds like your beef is with the state of New Jersey, not.
No, because you could modify it. You don't have to go word for word. Read it carefully. It does say you could modify it. It's a recommendation. These are recommendations.
I
That's
read
just
this
like-
and I didn't read this memo that you're talking about or that the mayor's talking about, so I don't, are you suggesting that we table this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say so.
Mr. Shuck, yeah, for the record, speaking for myself, I know nothing about the feedback that you're describing, so it was not shared, at least with me. I don't know if anyone else on the council received.
What happens is we get a memo from, and unfortunately, we were both ill that day, so we weren't there. Still ill. The memo we got from the secretary of the land use board, I thought, I read it quickly, but I read it and it said, we wrote, it was approved and ready to go. Like, it's not, I mean, it didn't say exactly like that, but I did go through it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the resolution for the land use board, there's no recommendations or anything in here. It says that it was all voted. Says you voted yes.
Yes, that's consistent. It's consistent with the master plan, but.
Yeah, but I know you guys usually put a list if you have suggestions in, right? But it's not, I'm just telling you, it's not in here.
Well, last time we did, and again, there was nothing done on the last one. So, why go through a list when, everybody's gonna just ignore it?
So is your request that we table this and get a list of what these exceptions are,
There's no
modifications?
read it. look
Modifications,
at it.
I'm sorry, modifications.
Exactly. Because in here, it says that me as a homeowner, I could put in charging stations. I could charge people for it. Now I have a gas station, an electric vehicle gas station on my property.
But can't you do with it?
It says it.
Yeah, but. Well, so is that all the time?
I think it would be helpful if we could get your list of recommendations,
Yeah, let's do
rather
that.
rather than debate them one by one.
Yeah. Let's,
I've never charged anybody.
You could.
you can though.
I think
You
I
could.
could without, I think I could with or without facility, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm happy to,
Let's table it so we can get, yeah.
when we get there.
It's an unfortunate evening where council people were ill as heck and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that input. Yeah, yes.
Good evening, Linda Duffy, 312 Brindley. According to resolution 2024-80, why are we putting at other expenses 1,569,000? I can't even read the number. Why is it other? Why isn't it listed like what it's for? Okay, let's see if I can-
It's, so in general terms, it's typically, when you start the year, you start, the numbers between 25 and 26% that you allocate to operate the government. If you go beyond 3 months, which we're about to go beyond 3 months, you take it up to 40%. So our CFO put that resolution together to do that.
Okay, and then it says salary and wages, and we haven't settled the contract yet. That's going to be substantial.
That,
It's gonna be substantial, and how did you figure out it's only to be this amount? 600,000?
this is only a temporary.
I know, but it's something that's a temporary budget.
Right.
Where's the other magical money gonna come from if it's more than this?
Our annual budget takes all that into account.
All right, all right. The other thing I'd like to say is on the bills list, page 4, thank you very much for sending Sergeant Flando to the car safety center. I appreciate that.
For what? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. Pardon.
You're not aware of that. Okay, she went to a training session.
Oh,
How to
Yep.
secure car seats and make other people feel more comfortable and put them in their
Yep.
cars correctly, because this town is 28% seniors. And I'm guessing that 10% of us babysit, and we have no idea on how to put a car seat in. So, thank you very much, but I'd appreciate it if you put it on your website, something like car seat safety, make another link. Cause I looked, it wasn't there. Thank you very much.
Thank
I'd like to know also on 2024-82, I think that's it. What is no deed restriction entail? Make me educate.
Option
I don't
B.
understand option B. Like, could you build a skyscraper, 20 unit place, no parking, studio apartments? What does that mean? It's no deed restrictions on option B.
On the bid packet.
No, she's looking at the resolution too.
Yeah, but it's on the bid packet. It's what it said when you read through, when you clicked on the resolution. There was like, the option B, it kind of said. No, no restrictions, like, what does that mean? What are the pros and cons to that? Are there pros and cons? I'm sure there are, and I don't know what they are.
The mayor and the BA and a team put this together, so the council.
Right,
has something
so
to say
it
about
also
it.
talks, option A, I didn't really understand why. The price difference should be different for both options, in my opinion, because you'd be giving somebody a free will. Why don't we charge them $4 million?
Free what?
You're giving them the option to do anything that they want there.
Well, no, anything that's done has to conform to your zone.
It doesn't say that. I don't think it says that. Does it say that? No, it doesn't say that.
It has to.
So we'll say, what protections do we have that it's gonna follow that? Right? I just, like to know.
Okay.
All right, and the other thing I wanted to say is, on page 8, Eric Bernstein's raking it in. Every bills list, he has a bill for negotiations. Maybe we should fire him and get another negotiator. So we can get a contract resolution and those people can be made whole. And what is the difference between general local pay for him and the local 152 pay? What is the difference between those two salaries? I'd like to know. Are they both for negotiations or?
No,
Like-
there's general labor questions that come up that have to be answered. There's general. Any to do with employees, to do with, anything to do with,
So it's not for negotiations?
right, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Okay, if there's, there's one on the board, I can't remember, one in the room. One in the room. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one on
Good.
Paul DeChampion, 411.5 Lorraine Avenue. I'd like to make a comment on resolution 2024-82. I think in light of the fact that I'm assuming that the council has not been filled in fully on this particular resolution. And we certainly have a lot of questions about it. We don't understand it. There seems to be some very weak wording in this. Opens up all sorts of cans of worms. Things that were discussed at length are not mentioned. Things that were discussed and were areas of concern such as affordable housing are suddenly appearing again. I urge the council to table this resolution at the very least. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brinley Avenue. So Linda just had a question about the deed restriction. I was pretty sure that the one meeting, I think it might have been in October, that it was a surprise that everyone actually agreed on the deed restriction. Can you give me an example of what a deed restriction would be? Like, what does that mean? Like, what do you, like, does that mean you can't do certain things? What does that mean? So before you like to discuss it, I'd like to know
A deed restriction is something you build into a contract or a sale that says you can or can't do something.
Like, for example,
You-
what would that mean?
For example, you
Because
could,
it's a single family zone, right, the R1, so
Yeah.
doesn't that mean you can only build the single family home?
well, you're in an R1 zone, but you can still go to the land use board.
Oh, so so that's what it is, so
Right.
that's what you wanna, so the deed restriction would limit, so say if you went to the townhouses or something like that. That would, you could put a deed restriction.
Well, you're in an R1 zone to start with, that's not possible. You'd have to come back to the land use board with a request.
Now, didn't you, I'm more than positive, didn't you agree to put the deed restriction in there blanketed?
Yes.
With the deed, which deed restriction are you talking about?
Preliminary,
So it's on the sale of the church, so when you all discussed
No, no,
about.
deed restriction specific, what deed restriction?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking, but you did all agree that you
The
were,
subdivision, we're talking about subdividing it into 4
yeah.
conforming.
And then you agreed that you would put a deed restriction so that certain things would not be made or something like that, but I'm one of the positive you all agreed on it, so I don't understand why deed restriction is even an option to not have it. Why was that put in there?
Well, but I think it's in there to have 4 lots. Four conforming lots.
But it's already in there, but isn't one option deed restriction, another option is no deed restriction?
we'll talk more about this. when-
I know,
Because there's a lot to cover.
but I know you guys, you get to talk about it,
Yeah,
and I don't. You know
Oh,
what I
this
mean?
is
So I'd like to
true.
talk about
Okay.
it now, so before you get to it, I have some understanding of what you're gonna be talking about. So just understand why, because it just feels like this is, I know it's not rushed, but I mean, obviously you didn't do anything with the RFPs, those kind of fell through. So I feel like,
They're it's a bid package. It's not an RFP.
I know, but you told us you were working on RFPs for like 2 months, and that obviously didn't happen, so.
Yeah, but it's a
It's
bid.
stalled for like 2 months, so now.
No,
I
no,
feel-
it's stalled.
I
I'm sorry.
I said it feels to me, it feels stalled, so it's my opinion. So it feels stalled, so I was just wondering like, why that wording, why aren't we doing, is it gonna be like an auction? Like, are we gonna be able to auction it, or is it, that's what I don't understand, because it says it's like, the 2.7, is that for all 4 lots? Or are we subdividing each individual one for 2.7, each one
It's all
2.7?
All 4.
So you can, it's all or none, you can only buy, you have to buy all 4 or none.
The
All right,
the
is there
challenge,
any way that we can change that? 'Cause that's terrible. I think each lot should be sold individually. That would make more sense. I mean, that's just real estate 101. It's, get the most money by selling individually. You're only going to big name developers instead of someone like me. I might want to buy, but I can't buy all 4 of them, but I might be able to buy one of them. And I feel that's reaching outside of the town and not inside. So if there's any way we can change that wording, because I don't know who did that wording. It does not read like Greg Cannon, is all I'm saying, because I have no, he did not write that. Greg, did you write that? I don't think so. It did not have Greg Cannon's writing on there. He has very distinct writing style, and you should read his, and no, it's not Greg Cannon.
I was informed that it was a team. And I was not part of the team. I wish I was, because I love land use board and I love land use and real estate. It's very interesting to me. I was informed it was Larry and the acting BA.
So no lawyer wrote that?
No, not that I was informed of.
Is that normal?
No. I don't know.
Don't usually write, but I mean, it looks like people were jargon, so like I just being an average Joe Schmo here. I think that the ordinances are usually written
I
by.
went through a legal review and it was approved.
Who reviewed it? What legal?
I reviewed it.
Oh, you reviewed it, but you didn't write it. Okay, if, I don't know, this I feel lost.
Do we have somebody on the board, please?
We have one other hand.
Yeah.
We have shit too.
Thank Kaplan for my friendly. 2 quick things. Mr. Fox, I don't know what it says about your relationship with the acting DA that she walked out of here without even telling you.
These are questions about it. You have a question about the agenda?
Well,
I'm speaking
If
to
you have a
what
question about,
several
if
people.
you don't have a question about the agenda, you can
You're
comment. at the
stepping
end.
on my 5 minutes.
No, I'm not stepping on your 5
I'll be out of here in 2 minutes, okay?
No,
I'll be out of here in
if
2
you have a
minutes.
question on the agenda.
I do have a question.
Okay, ask your question.
Can you comment or speculate on why the acting DA walked out here
I
and
cannot.
didn't even bother telling you why she left?
I cannot, so it must have been some emergency. Okay. Next question.
Hang on, got my 5 minutes. You seemed to suggest earlier, Mr. Fox, that a member of the public should not comment on the job performance of a public official. Can you cite the law or regulation that prohibits that sort of thing from happening?
No, I can't cite the law, but I know that it is a, Mr. Cannon, can you comment on, from a perspective of?
Well, let me put this another way. Mr. Fox.
Well, let me try to answer the question.
Okay.
Speaking about,
Mr. Cannon, can a member of the public make a comment on what they see as the job performance of a public official?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be any doubt of that, right?
No.
Right. So, put another way, Mr. Fox, if I, once again, say that I think you're a terrible mayor and you should resign, do I face arrest, ticketing, summons? Can some legal action be taken against me?
any other questions on the agenda?
Mr. Cannon, can I be arrested or ticketed or
For what?
for commenting on the mayor's job?
No, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
New Candace waiting for. I know we're not there yet, but obviously there's once again a whole, mess with the wording of the church. So, my one question to all of you, and I will ask you individually, is if you were to vote on it today, or to get it reworded that it was just simply would be sent out as a bid to replace 4 single-family homes, would you at least say yes, if it just literally only dictated 4 single-family homes? John?
I would abstain.
I,
that was the easy one. Yep.
Kristen,
Like just for.
Well,
4 single-family homes.
Probably, I think, I would ask us not to respond to that, and I'll tell you why. We received some, we received some new information in our executive session that would probably give us some pause that we have to relook at some elements of this as it relates to COLA and affordable housing. And we will have an answer to that pretty quickly, but we don't have the answer tonight.
So in regards to, now that you bring up COA, why has it been done in the past that we have not asked or dictated that 301 Main give their shared allotment of affordable housing, or why John Naples and his auto tech property is not required to have affordable?
They are
So that's gonna be rectified.
rectified. I'm not sure.
So how many units are currently rented out of 301 Main?
You're talking about
affordable?
301 Main.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. 301 Main is John Naples.
Exactly, no, I know, his is auto tech, I'm saying 301 Main. It's a 301 Main.
What's going on?
Parson Darcy's, the largest apartment building. Why do they not have affordable? Why were they not given affordable housing
We
requirements?
didn't have our ordinance in place when they got the permits to build.
Is there anything that can be done retroactively to require anything of that nature?
We're assessing that right now.
Okay. Okay. All right, well then I'll wait for you guys to share that information, but until that, and until we have it absolutely worded perfectly so that there is no loophole, please vote no. And I also agree with everybody else, please don't vote through any more bills until we know what we're signing, because it's apparent that our mayor doesn't even know what he's signing. Thank you.
I can't see it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, an acre. Back.
Laura Ginsburg, 404.5 Brittany Avenue. I'm going to start out with a request with one request, followed by an apology, and then another request. And the first request is to please vote no on 2024-82. My apology is not having been present at the October meeting, where apparently everyone was in agreement that that property should be sold. I was not there, but due to personal circumstances, I have not been paying a whole lot of attention to agendas, and that's my fault. At the same token, I think the majority of the town doesn't even know how to find an agenda or really understand how town government works. And some of them are frankly afraid to show up and speak. So my next request would be to consider, for this governing body, to consider the fact that the town in general and the vast majority of its citizens have never answered more than one question with respect to 319 Lorraine Avenue. The only question they have ever answered, and they answered it on a survey and a referendum, was, do you want to spend $10 million for a full-scale remodel for a full-service community center? That answer was a no. No one has ever asked the people of this town, do you want to knock the entire building down? Or would you rather preserve a smaller footprint, knock down the gym, have town offices there, build parking there with sensitive landscaping to make it acceptable to the neighborhood? No one has ever facilitated some kind of real examination by the actual people of the town of what the inside of that building looks like, although there are people who have been in and out several times. So, and I've heard things around town like, couldn't we do something simpler? I really don't want to see it come down. I've heard other people say, I would rather see on that property a new community center. I've heard people say, I would like to see a park on that property. Now, when I saw this resolution and I saw that that was what was going up or possibly going up, I thought, you know, are the neighbors even remotely aware of what's going to happen there? So my request of this governing body is to build in some kind of structured process to have a more nuanced and concrete idea of what the majority of people in this town and what the people in the area want, and to see that they're also well informed before something happens that then is irreversible. And I would like in that process for there to be some consideration of the fact that we now own a very, very valuable piece of property. And we also have right there another thing on it in the actual historical part of that building, inspiring public space, which is not something that is ubiquitous in Bradley Beach. So, so there, I think that I will end my comments there and thank you. Oh, I do have a question also. When you talk about deed restrictions, can they be overcome by the zoning board by way of variance? Or are they something that sticks more than our ordinances?
If they, can we answer the question?
Sure.
Yeah. The zoning board can't overrule deed restriction. It's a
So-
contract between the grantor and the grantee. Only the grantor can remove this restriction.
So the way I understand it then is if we absolutely have deed restrictions, we can determine exactly what's built a priori and it will stand. But if we don't have deed restrictions, then the builders, whoever it is, can go before the zoning board and basically all bets are off.
Generally, that's an accurate description. I would mention that because the borough is the grantor, a future governing body could lift the deed restriction as well.
Could
So it's
lift
not,
them, you said?
so a grantor is someone who conveys property to a grantee.
Yes.
It's a contract, right? I
Mhm.
convey this property to you, identify the deed, follow legal procedures. The grantor conveys title to the grantee with a deed restriction.
Yes.
It's a contract between those two entities.
Mhm.
The grantor can reverse that contract.
Okay.
You follow me? So it's not a permitted, once you put it on there, it's not absolutely permanent, you never remove. The grantor can remove.
So it would have to be the entire council that would have to,
At
new
that point.
council potentially, new mayor
Right.
potentially.
Correct.
Okay, so we'd have to
Okay.
be super careful about who we vote in.
Yeah.
Like you should always do.
You're over your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to get the board?
Yeah.
Okay, we have Herb Kenny.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm unmuted. Okay, a couple questions. First has to go to process improvement. I know the mayor has changed the agenda for meetings this year. It's not working.
Mr. Kenny, are you asking questions about the agenda?
Yes, I am. I'm talking about the agenda, Mayor Fox.
And what exactly?
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, is there any way we can have an ordinance that executive meetings are at the end of the meeting instead of beginning of the meeting? Okay, we've now had 2 executive meetings in the front of the meeting where you were abruptly left at the end of the last meeting with no explanation. And now we just found out the BA left at the beginning of the meeting with no explanation. So yes, can we move the executive sessions to the end of the meeting and make an ordinance to make sure it happens? Is that okay, Mayor, with the agenda?
No, it's not, because we have situations where we need to do it before the meeting. Generally, we do it at the end of the meeting. This was because we had a couple of legal people in from far away who had to drive in for our meeting, and we accommodated that.
Okay, so you don't accommodate the residents, I get it. Okay, my second question here then has to do with the audit from 2022. When will the town be able to review that and see it? That's my first question. Second question, who actually developed and actually signed the audit?
Tomorrow, if we sign off on this affidavit tonight, it's available. And it's signed off by myself with the auditor and the borough administrator,
Okay, what borough administrator?
acting borough administrator.
Well, she wasn't here when 2022 happened, so was the ex-CFO, was the
Neither was the CFO.
Yeah, I know, and well, that's my next question. Was the ex-CFO involved in the 2022 audit?
Yes, from an input and review perspective with the audit.
But he didn't sign it.
No, we didn't ask him to.
Well, the new CFO didn't sign it, correct?
Right, because he was not here nor was not involved in the audit in the context of, he's taken that audit data from the audit and he's interfaced, but he has not been intimately involved in it.
So we have no financial CPA, any financial accredited person who signed that audit.
The auditor did.
Okay, so that auditor will be on the hook if there's
Yep.
any issues with the audit.
Right.
Huh, so, okay, great.
Any auditor is. That's
Yeah,
their
well,
reputation.
but
That's
normally
their-
you have a CFO who's also involved, correct, or no? I mean, I don't understand how the current acting BA would sign it when she has absolutely zero clue what happened 2 years ago. I just want to make sure someone's accountable. That's all I'm asking, because that's a real issue here. Okay, my final comment is regarding the church with no deeds. I'm really thankful that we've actually had the public who voted in a council. Because I'm sorry, Mayor Fox, and I'm sorry anyone else who's there with the land use board, but I would not trust you or the land use board to make a decision with an open-ended deal. So I really hope that the council tonight gets this, understands it, and at 2:30, when this meeting ends, we'll be able to actually get more discussion on it. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you. Who else?
Okay, next we have DR. I don't know what.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can I just have your name and address?
Yep, Dave Rakowski, 304 Third. I have a
Here.
question on the bills list, page 21. Rutgers State University municipal budget process. Is that a class that somebody attended?
Sure that it is, yeah. I'm sorry.
What page? What page?
Page 21, Rutgers municipal budget process. Looks like it was a class for some kind of budget class training.
That would be yes, that's a class that, so I don't know who took it, but yes.
I'm sorry, who attended that?
Don't know who attended it, but yes, that would be a class, an employee would have attended,
Would that be the BA, the acting BA?
possible.
So we're paying for her to go to class now?
I have no idea.
Who does?
Who would have that answer?
We can get you that answer.
Okay, so she gets a salary and now we're paying for her to get her accreditations or her certificates. Okay. Is she required to attend the meetings or she could just not attend as many as she wants,
Council meeting.
council meetings?
That's not, it's not on the agenda and it's just, you know, do you have any other agenda questions? Okay, thank you. Somebody back there,
Yeah.
yes, I'm sorry, I missed you.
Good evening. I'd like to circle back to the discussion on.
Or name and address.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just name and address is what we're looking.
State your name and your address.
I'd like to circle back to
You need to state your name and address.
Sorry, my name is Gail Osterman and I'm at 402 Brindley. Thank you. I would like to circle back to the discussion about the church property. This is public property. It's owned by the taxpayers of the borough. And to that end, I'd like to speak to the concept of preserving the public property for future generations. Since our government and our residents should be considered trustees of public property, public space. It's not just for today's generation, but it's for the future generations of Bradley Beach. Once public land is gone, it is highly unlikely in this borough that there will be many, if any, opportunities for public land to be available to us. And I think that we don't know what the needs are for the future. We can't even anticipate what they would be. But I think that we have a huge responsibility as guardians of public space, as trustees. That's not just the government officials, but it's all the taxpayers to consider that. And I would love to talk to you more about this concept, but I have had experience in other communities where they have sold a viable school building 15 years ago for $100,000, and now they have spent millions to expand their existing schools. That's one idea. Another, I'm in the education world, so that's focused on. I know another area that mothballed their building. Sort of mothball, they let it be used for Girl Scouts and community events and stuff like that. And 7 years later, they opened it up again as a school. Yeah, people in education are very concerned about being trustees of the future, and I would like to see that be considered in future discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is ordinance introductions. We have one ordinance introduction, 2024-3, and ordinance amending chapter 350, property maintenance and housing standards of the Borough Revised General Ordinance to establish standards for the storage of salt and other solid de-icing materials in accordance with the NJDEP requirements. I'll make a motion to introduce this. Do we have any discussion on it? We just want to introduce.
I guess, yeah, quick question, Mr. Cannon. This really is just standard language, again, mirroring the state. Is that correct? Thank you.
Second,
Ms. DeNoble?
yes.
Mr. Cubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, moving to adoptions, we have ordinance 2024-1. I'll make a motion. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I would make a
Sorry.
motion, it's okay, to table this, but require. He's gone.
Yeah.
Mr. Shuck to provide us, and well, I can talk to land use, I can talk to Mr. Mayor about providing us any modifications that we may have not heard of.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to table.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2024-2, it's an ordinance amending chapter 396, stormwater management on the borough's revised general ordinance to adopt new regulations consistent with amendments to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection's stormwater management rules. This is an adoption, so we'll ask for any public comments on
You have
this.
to make a motion to open the hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, make a motion to open the hearing, the second open hearing.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Any questions on the ordinance? Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public comment, public hearing and additionally make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-2.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Point of order, did we do it properly for the one before the 2024?
You're tabling it, so,
Okay. that's
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Just
okay.
double check.
That's okay.
Second.
Okay, good.
Okay, consent, I'm sorry, excuse me. Consent agenda resolutions, there are 5, the bill list for March 27, 2024. 2024-75 approval of the congregation, Agadah, Akum, sorry,
Good at Keem.
thank you. Bradley Beach to conduct their Jewish Sabbath service at Fifth Avenue gazebo on Friday, June 14th from 6 to 8 p.m. Approval New Jersey Shore Learning Club to conduct a 5K Run-a-Palooza run for Saturday, April 6, 2024 from 8 to 1. Approval of Tears Foundation to conduct their annual Remembrance Walk for Sunday, May 5th, 2024 from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. And award a bid for miniature golf concession license. Make a motion to approve. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to have a little discussion on this because, well, I would like to vote the bill list out separately. But also, there's an issue that actually our clerk brought to my attention. And I think it's a significant issue for the borough to address, and that is the deposits, Erica. In our agenda planning meeting, I asked you about the $2,500
Yeah.
deposit for these
Mhm.
events.
Yeah.
And I don't know if our residents know this, but I'll lead by saying I did not know this. We do require $2,500 deposits, very definitely. Erica explained to me that it is not a deposit that we refund the balance unused. It's a deposit that is non-refundable. We keep it. I doubted that. I actually said, "Oh, Erica, that can't be," and she assured me it was. I actually went to the ordinances, and guess what, Erica, you were right. But most people, I think, I know for a fact, because I was talking to Paula Gavin about this for BBBCA. And Paula was of the assumption that it was a deposit that we held. And we, then we would, if we needed $500 to cover DPW expense, they would write us a check for 500, keep the deposit ongoing for their events. So we're about to vote on these consent items, and I think 2 of them require the deposit. Is that correct, Eric?
No, only one of them. That's the Tears Foundation.
Okay, so one of them,
Yes.
but I think, I can't speak for the rest of the council, but I'm thinking that we might want to amend our ordinance to make, to not necessarily bill people $2,500.
So we are addressing that.
Yeah, so do you want to hear how
well,
that's being worked right now, or?
No.
I'm sorry, okay.
Yes, we do have, so the example you use is a good example. So if we get a $2,500 deposit, it's $500. Does that mean we net $2,000? Well, that's not the intent of the ordinance. We're trying to work through transactionally the best way to do this, the legal way to do it. it's probably gonna be that you give us the $2,500, we separately bill you the $500, and after we receive the 500, we return the 2,500. We're trying to work through that, the mechanics of that right now.
Okay, good. So we're doing that independently because I thought we had to do that. So I'm glad to hear you're ahead of that. But for purposes of approving this, at least this one event, you know, right now the ordinance says they don't get that money back. Either one, do they know that, or two?
Yes, they do know that, and they also require services that are probably going to,
Love that.
yes.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
all right.
I was
Okay.
charged otherwise.
It's a mega.
Okay, so as long as it's a mega event and it'll go
Yeah.
above that, and I know we can build them beyond, I just thought if there was a refund issue, I wanted to highlight it. But otherwise, I do have a question on the bill list. We don't, well, I want to make a statement and then have a question. I appreciate the residents who stood up here tonight and said, vote no on the bill list. And I understand frustrations you have. I probably share a lot of the same frustrations. I do not intend to vote no on the bill list tonight because I still feel an obligation to at least 95%, if not more, of the items on the bill list that we probably should be paying. So until I get some sort of better understanding of which items I can isolate and vote no on, you know, it's unlikely that you're gonna hear me at least vote no on the entire bill list. That said, I do have a very relatively minor question, but on, there's a Web International billing as, I'm wondering if it's like a monthly maintenance fee, but it's on page 28. It's $333.33. And it's a small amount, except that if it's monthly, it, you know, it would annualize up to $4,000. But my sense, I guess I want to confirm that, and then I want to make a statement that my sense is we are dramatically overpaying for our website. But is
We'll get
that-
the answer to that question.
we don't know, you don't know. Okay,
No,
that's-
I don't.
All right, so I'm not gonna, I'm not even gonna vote no on that one payment because it certainly wouldn't be fair to the vendor, but I do want to highlight to the rest of the world that I have a potential concern that we're overpaying for this service. Okay, that concludes my comments, so we could continue with the vote, I guess.
Okay, so make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Noble?
Oh.
What did you want to? What?
Okay, he just moved the consent agenda and I seconded it, and I forgot that Al wanted the bill list voted on separately. So,
But I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, I don't think, unless someone else wants it, I'm not gonna line item anything on the bill list.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, individual resolutions approval to apply for a grant from New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, approximately $100,000 for improvements of Bradley Beach Recreation Center, previously tabled 2/28/24. It was tabled because we just got some more time to find the proposal. Make a motion to approve 2024-54.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
I have a question for the mayor. Mayor, if you know this, I don't know. I know that there's been back and forth conversation, and an email I recently received, all related to the potential for a dog park in that space where the greenhouse is. And I know there are people pros and cons. I don't want to debate the merits of it. I'm curious, would this grant, would any of it be available to that purpose? Should the council want to consider that further, or do you know?
This grant would be, it's really geographic. It's for the recreation area. So anything's possible. There's some people recommending some other things. It's a matter of getting the grant and then making a determination.
Could we at least remove the greenhouse? Maybe, perhaps,
Green.
remove it, just get rid of the greenhouse.
As long as,
That could be part of this grant as well.
Yeah, I mean, that would, whatever we decide to do with the grant, I mean, that could be retrofitting, it could be removing it, it could be doing any number of things. We'd have to come up with the designs to do all those things.
Yeah, there was a very specific comment I read, that it was related to drainage for the field, so
Yep.
I didn't know if we could use it for potentially other things as well.
Now, there's some specifics that we've already identified that are have to do's, and one of them is the drainage.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So somebody already seconded this, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're up to Kristen.
I'll have to vote.
I think.
Yeah, okay, so you seconded it, Mr. Noble,
Yes, again.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes, for the first time.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes, with hopes that we could maybe get a dog park.
Mr. Weber,
Maybe we should deed restrict the property. Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Good idea.
Yeah.
2024-79 governing body certification, 2022 audit and group affidavit.
Discussion, please.
Yeah,
Okay, I've asked for discussion because this is one of those times where if you want to break out your iPods or whatever people have nowadays, I'm gonna read something because I wanted for it to be included in our public record, in our minutes. And we are going to simply vote, this council right now is going to simply vote on whether or not we read the comments, basically, in the audit report. I did read the comments and it's a devastatingly bad audit report. So rather than just vote the way I'm going to vote, I'd like to use this as my opportunity to let our, residents know some of the challenges that you'll all be looking at shortly when this report's available. Also, I did ask Mr. Cohen to bring an exhibit that maybe he could pass out while I talk. But for the past 2 meetings, I've tried to alert residents to anticipate concerns regarding the 2022 audit report. We finally received the audit report about a week ago, and tonight in resolution 2024-79, the governing body is required by law to certify that we personally reviewed at a minimum the annual report of the audit and specifically sections of the annual audit entitled comments and recommendations. While I will certify my review of these comments and questions, I believe I am obligated to share my opinions of this report with the public. In my opinion, Bradley Beach failed our 2022 audit miserably. The comments and recommendations section highlighted incredible financial incompetency by our administration. Our 2022 financial data was so poorly maintained that overarching audit finding 2022-001 stated, and I'm going to read this verbatim, internal control procedures were not in place for preventing or detecting and correcting misstatements of account balances recorded in the general ledger on a current and timely basis. General ledgers that are not completely and accurately maintained present a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement in financial statement balances will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. This is one of the worst types of audit assessments that can be received. Think about the wording, a material misstatement is reasonably possible. That just should not be the case. And it goes on to say, and it will not be prevented or detected and corrected. There were 16 comments in all that we all have to review and attest and certify that we read. 8 of those comments, half of them were repeats from last year. Half of those corrective action comments were left unaddressed for over a year. A quick summary of the remaining comments includes trust accounts were not properly established with the state of New Jersey. Employment contracts must be reviewed. Those were both from prior year as well and carried forward. Monthly receipts and disbursements must be recorded in the general ledger. I mean, think about that.
How does he know this?
Must be recorded in the general ledger and reconciled to the bank account statement, suggesting that we're not doing that, at least not consistently. Proper authorizations were not obtained for over expenditures of appropriations in the current fund and the beach utility operating fund. Bank reconciliations, someone asked this question earlier, who's doing the bank reconciliations? Bank reconciliations were not completed and accurately reconciled to the general ledger. A borough officer's certification was not consistently made on goods and services received. Bradley Beach is not in compliance with the state statute that requires a responsible individual to authorize and supervise the activities of the payroll service provider. To make matters worse, as of the year-end 2022, the auditor was unable to balance our cash on hand to the general ledger. Our actual cash was roughly $75,000 less than what our books reflected. Said another way, the auditor couldn't account for $75,000. And when you have access to the report, this is referred to as miscellaneous reimbursements in Exhibit A-4. Even more discouraging, and this is, a very serious concern of mine personally. Even more discouraging, the auditor confirmed that in 2022, the borough did not pay ourselves back $1 million that we borrowed from our surplus. I did ask Mr. Coyan to pass out this exhibit because I'm going to make some quick references to it. But I went back 14 years, but 12 audit reports from back to 2010. And I'll just roughly talk everyone through this, but every year, as a matter of course, the borough borrows from our surplus, always with the intent to reimburse our surplus. In the summer of last year, so I'm talking June 2023, our mayor, our business administrator, and our CFO informed the council that $700,000 of this $1 million borrowing had been paid back to the borough. So the council was told that in the prior year, 2022, 700,000 of the million had been paid back. And I was upset about that. And I think other council members might have been as well. But because we all thought we dipped into our surplus $300,000. How could the administration be so unaware of our 22 financial statement results 6 months after the 22 books should have been closed? And what I mean by that is they told us 6 months after the close of the year, 700,000 had been paid back. Now we're finding out 22,000 was paid back. Oh, not 700,000. We did not pay back $1 million. Please note that the council relied upon these misstated amounts when negotiating with the mayor on the 2023 budget. I personally pushed very hard to find out what was the amount that we had replenished our surplus, because I felt that was at least a rule of thumb, a guideline, something I could use to estimate what the subsequent year, 2023, might be. So because what happens is every year we make that decision to borrow again. Well, we borrowed again in 2023, $1.1 million. And if I had known at that point that in the year just passed, we had paid back none of it, I might have looked at that borrowing, and I would have looked at that borrowing very differently. So for those in attendance tonight, I did prepare this exhibit. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but anyone who has it in hand, and for folks joining by Zoom, I'm going to ask our clerk to include this in our minutes. But I went back to 2010, went to every single audit report and pulled out exactly how much we borrowed each year and exactly how much we replenished. And in most years, out of 12 years that we looked at, 3 of them, we did not get the full 100% replenished. In aggregate, on average, we replenished 134%. So even the 3 bad years were more than offset by the good years. As I said, we on average replenished 134%. The worst bad year we had, we replenished 77%. That was the worst of 3 bad years. 77%, 3/4 of the money we borrowed, we repaid. This year, we borrowed $988,000, we replenished 2%. So I cannot tell people because I sit here and I know I'm, this financial geek and most people, your eyes roll back in your head when I start talking about anticipated surplus. But this was extremely disheartening. It should be for all of us. What a state of chaos and disarray our financial department was through the year 2022. That our auditor tells us we can't even reconcile bank accounts. And that we didn't even know that we could not replenish $1 million of our surplus. I don't know when the administration found out, but I found out about a week ago when this audit report was made available to me. So I will finish my comments on the audit. I will vote yes that I read those comments. But I just want to make sure the rest of the residents understand my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, make a motion to approve, 2024-79.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes, 2024-80, authorizing amendments to the temporary budget. Make a motion to approve 2024-80.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
No comment? Okay. Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes, 2024-81, approval of a shared service agreement with Neptune City for summer camp. Make a motion to approve 2024-81.
Yeah, second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2024-82, I'll make a motion to table this, in that, we can't go through some of the detail, but we received, information in our executive session that would preclude us or have us have to take a relook. So I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Before I vote, just want to make a couple of unscripted comments, but for everybody's benefit, I came here tonight with zero intention of voting yes on this, even before we had our executive session. This resolution was prepared in a vacuum without any input requested or received from the council. I sat here and I read an earlier prepared statement where I gave very specifically 4 criteria that I would need to vote yes on the ultimate disposition of this property. And it included deed restrictions, and it included that the borough would not do demolition ourselves. We would make sure that was part of the purchaser's obligation. Needless to say, when this bid package came to the council, it was honestly, it was just all over the place. It was back to fair share housing. There's no way I was going to sit here and vote to dedicate one lot, which more or less could be worth $500,000, could be worth $1 million. I don't know. I felt there would be other opportunities to pursue satisfying our obligation for fair share housing. In the session we had, executive session tonight, I think we've discovered that there probably are other opportunities. So this was premature. I think it was ill-conceived. And for all of you who stood up here tonight and said, please vote no, I wanted to tell you then that I had no intention of voting no for the same reasons that you shared with us tonight. So thank you. And I'll vote yes for tabling.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
I will also go off script and abstain.
Mayor Fox.
Before I vote, I'd just like to say that Councilman Gubatose, I think your comments are just a little bit off on this. Number one, this package went out on March 12th at 4:48. The memo in the package cited your 4 specific requirements that they were addressed. March 12th, today's March 27th. I did get feedback from one council person, Council President DeNoble, last Wednesday, and have been attempting to answer her questions. So we develop a bid package and we expect feedback and input. you didn't open it through March 20th. You hadn't even opened the email. So I take a little bit of exception to the fact that you say that you weren't notified on this. It was 8 days went by that you didn't even open the email. So let's not misinform people and say we just came to with on March 27th, the packet said approve it. This went out on March 12th, and the reason it went out on March 12th was that we, as we asked, please review, et cetera. We gave it to the borough attorney. The borough attorney last Friday said this meets all the legal requirements. I don't want to get into a long and drawn out argument because I think between now and next week, we're going to be able to work through a couple of the issues on here, but I will vote yes on the table. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment back. In fact, as you accused me of misinforming people and that my comments were inappropriately shared, I have a prepared statement that I was not going to read until now. But on March 12th, I received an email from our business administrator, and it stated there are 4 Councilman Gubitosi requirements as I understand them. 1, the governing body should approve a subdivision plan and have it processed before the land use board prior to sale. That is accurate. 2, the governing body should approve the requirements in detail to pre-qualify potential developers. That is also accurate. 3, not in favor of the borough, this is a summary, not in favor of the borough managing the demolition of the buildings. I was absolutely adamant about that. And 4, a public auction opposed to a RFP process. I wanted a public auction, not an RFP process. So, Mr. Mayor, you're right. My comments were addressed by the business administrator. Then the business administrator said in her note, I have been able to satisfy these requests to varying degrees. And then she said, the email continues, I am unsure how to address the first, second, and third requirements. So when you say these things to the public, please know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about, Councilman.
You don't.
Yeah, I do. And the point is
You
that
lie to these people, and
and
it's,
please don't say that. That's very inappropriate.
you just said my comments were addressed. How is that honest? How is that accurate?
What I'm telling you is on March 12th, you had every opportunity to come forward and say, well, let's work through number 1, 2, 3, 4. This is why. There were reasons why those things had.
Mr. Noble told me I didn't have to open it. For those of you
Mr.
who
Noble
cracked when I
told you.
opened my
So
email.
are you represented by Council President DeNoble?
Yeah, I'm hoping she applies for her law degree next. Because
So-
she's very good. But my point is, she told me what was in the email, and I'm like, this is
When did she
unbelievable.
tell you
Here
what
we
she-
go.
when
again.
did she tell
I
you
don't
what she-
recall. I didn't read it.
No, it is relevant.
This is
No,
so
okay.
It is relevant.
So
She
what's
told-
relevant is that you
Move on.
put together a packet with a
Move on.
team that nobody knows that exists. You say we have to have affordable housing. I already solved that. We don't have to have it.
I don't think we've solved anything yet.
Okay, well, I made a very good suggestion, but I would have loved to have been part of this team that created this packet. I have land use experience. We've all been on the land use board or the planning board at one point or another. The opening bid amount is ridiculous. It has to be reassessed because it's way too low. The 2 options, there should be 1 option. The artifacts, what's going on with them? We don't know. There's just so many questions that weren't answered. I sent many emails and I CC'd everybody, so they were in the loop, even if they did or did not read it. But I printed it out and shared it with Councilman Gubitosi, so that's another way to read it without opening. And it's amazing to me that you know,
That would be on the 20th, right?
it's again irrelevant, but I did a lot of research
No,
before
I'm not saying that you
Don't
did.
interrupt.
I okay,
Carol,
yeah.
let her speak.
I don't mean what you're asking me.
Yeah, please,
I looked at the packet. I was not included. It took me 5 months to get the packet, so it took me a week to really digest it and come up with a lot of questions that I had, and which I still have. And we're tabling this because this packet was just
No,
unacceptable.
we're
And
tabling
again,
it.
I wasn't included in this.
Council President, we're tabling it because we have some information that we have to. It is still.
And who brought that to your attention? Councilwoman Shane's and all.
I believe the fair share housing person was given.
And I think I should also be in that committee as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no announcements, so mayor and council reports. We'll start with Councilman Weber.
Sure thing. I have a very, very big announcement, everybody. You know that really huge lottery ticket that was sold in Epic? It wasn't me.
Yeah.
I know you were hoping that it was me, but it wasn't. It could solve a lot of problems. I think it could solve a lot of problems. I'm gonna read the fire first aid report, for the operational period ending on March 27th, 2024, that's today. Squad responded to 7-day calls, 3 night calls for a total of 10 calls. 7 were for medical, 3 were for fire. The squad conducted 1 drill for the safety and education of the membership. There were no out-of-town mutual aid requests, and squad requested no mutual aid assistance in that period. Fire department, we're gonna do those reports monthly, by the way, but I'm sure that they would both departments would like everyone to know that they're still looking for volunteers for fire and first aid. They provide free training, qualified individuals, anyone wishing to volunteer for either the fire department or the first aid. Applications can be found on the little website. And there's cooperation between these 2 departments that allows us to keep answering the citizens' need for medical care and fire protection at no cost for 24/7, 365. So in the fire department, I was not here last week for the Fletcher Lake Commission meeting, so I do not have a report. I'm sure Jane is going to tell you more about tree planting for Shade Tree Committee. We are going to have a tree planting on May 4th. And we're going to need volunteers, just like we do this twice a year, every year. So if anybody wants to volunteer to plant trees in the planting strip, see me, email me, call me, anything. We'll probably plant maybe a couple dozen trees, and then probably could use a couple dozen volunteers. It's usually 9 to about noon or whenever we are done. I would like to comment that speaking of the fire department, the fish fry was great. It was great to see a lot of our police officers there. That was great. Had a good time. And I hope everybody that was able to attend had a good time. And now I'm going to go back to the first aid for one thing. I think it was the last meeting we approved a coin toss. I think it's on 4th of July weekend, whatever. People should recognize that hasn't happened in a long time. It's been a long time. I'll leave it at that. So save your change. Give it to the first aid squad of the coin toss. I know the school is raising money. They want your loose change too. And if you have money that doesn't jiggle and it folds and you want to give them that, they like that too. So save up for 4th of July, support the first aid, and that's my report. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Just a quick note.
Oh.
The fish fry, I won the 50-50.
Oh,
I gave it back to him.
Oh.
CJ, he wanted me to spend it.
I told you,
Oh, but it was great. It was a good time.
Councilwoman.
Okay. The land use board met on March 21st. 3 applications came before the land use board. The first was for 302 Park Place Avenue to extend a driveway, add a 2nd story on an existing structure, construct a garage and an outdoor shower, and that was approved 6-3 with 4 variances. 900 Ocean Avenue saw a use variance for a bed and breakfast to change it to a single family home due to a fire and replace the lost garage apartment with a driveway. The application was pushed to May 16th meeting for more testimony. Finally, 27.5 Pacific Avenue applied to enclose an area under an existing garage. The changes required 2 bulk variances and a use variance. The application was carried into May 16th meeting for more testimony. The next time they will meet is April 18th at 6:30. I just have a couple of other comments. We received the 2022 audit, and in this meeting, we were asked to certify that we received the audit and we read the comments and recommendations. With that said, I didn't check with Councilman Gubitosi before I wrote my comments, so I'm a little repetitive. Not only did the audit find 15 internal control and compliance matters, 16 depending on how you count them, but 8 of those issues were from 2021. Shockingly, the 2021 audit only mentioned 8 internal control and compliance matters. This means no corrective action was taken on those 8 items between 2021 and 2022. And 7 more control and compliance items were identified. The audit report found a material weakness in our internal control over financial reporting by failing to maintain accurate general ledgers for all funds on a current and timely basis. The borough's response to this material deficiency was agreement with the finding, and that it would enhance its internal controls to ensure the maintenance of complete and accurate general ledgers for all funds. But the question remains, how are they going to do this? These same issues with the general ledger were cited in the 2021 audit and never ameliorated. This is not progress, and the residents suffer. On to the 2024 budget. I optimistically and perhaps naively joined this council with the goal of getting the budget process started early and running smoothly. I wanted transparency, accountability, and clear reporting. This is what I was good at in my past life on Wall Street. Though municipal budgets are a different beast in some ways, deadlines are an immutable task. March 27th, only 6 p.m. as I wrote this, and we still have no preliminary budget. On top of that, when I first sat down with this administration in October, we had talked about delivering clear quarterly numbers for each borough fund showing actual costs and percentages of the budget. I am hopeful that I can see the 2023 actual versus budget at the end of March. As for the budget itself, I have no idea. It's not for lack of trying on the part of this council. Now seeing the inner machinations of communications, requests, and answers, my sympathy extends to my fellow council members. Like the audit, this is not progress. And do the people of Bradley Beach again suffer. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilman Gubatosi.
Start with, as liaison to our police department, I'll start with our police report. Detective Lieutenant Browning gave me a very comprehensive report for this council meeting. That he said, thankfully, we have not had anything significant to report in regard to crime or arrests since the last council meeting. So
Thank you.
great news. Great news. I also did have a chance to meet with Captain Arnold, and we discussed some capital improvement needs for the police department. As you're all aware, soon we should be working on the budget. And I wanted to get a head start with the captain just to make sure I understood the police department's needs and maybe priorities. Regarding the 2024 budget itself, I believe, did it get sent out, Mr. Mayor, like 6:15 today?
It's got sent out this evening, yeah.
Yeah, somebody did tell me. I haven't seen it, but I'm told it's in my inbox, so that's obviously good news. We originally thought we'd get it January 31st, then we passed a resolution to deliver it on February 27th. Here we are, March 27th, and we now have a draft of the preliminary budget. The reason I say that is because it's taken at least a month. I mean, I could say 2, but January 31st is pretty aggressive, but we're a month later than we should be in receiving this budget. And my concern is that we are now, and I think that Ms. Kepler actually mentioned this earlier, you know, the way this works, and it has worked exactly this way. It's wait around till we finally get the budget, and then it's like all hands on deck, get this approved, get this adopted immediately. And it's just not going to work that way this year. We've tried repeatedly to work collaboratively. If we can work collaboratively this year, great. But speaking only for myself, I am not approving any budget until I am very comfortable that it is as accurate as I can determine it to be. Now realizing that even the numbers I was working with last year were not very reliable. I'm the liaison for the Sylvan Lake Commission, and the Sylvan Lake Commission members reached out to Mayor Fox just a few days ago to express concerns about the critical status of the flume on the east end of Sylvan Lake. And they noted that the flume was broken and that water was rapidly draining from Sylvan Lake, endangering the fish and the fowl life and causing an odor. Mayor Fox responded very quickly that the work is proceeding this week, and commission members have relayed to me that they're very happy to have gotten such a quick response from the mayor. I've got to make a quick comment about Local 152. We talked about this a little while back. A number of our union members joined us at a council meeting and expressed concerns. I had a longer statement to read. I'm not going to read it, but I will say it's been 15 months. I don't understand why so little progress has been made. The council has requested repeatedly for us. Keep in mind, we ultimately have to approve any contract that's negotiated. We've requested repeatedly to have a voice at the table, any one of us, just have a voice at this table, because we get feedback from our own employees that our negotiating team is quote unquote not being reasonable. I don't know if that's true. I'm not accusing our negotiating team of any wrongdoing or poor negotiating, but I just don't know if it's true. And if they're saying that, why not allow one other council member to join these negotiations? You know, folks said at the last meeting, somebody referenced some of the invoices, the bill list invoices for negotiations by our attorneys. Somebody said at one of the last meetings that we're coming close and may even exceed paying legal bills that are greater than what we would negotiate as a merit increase for our employees. I mean, I think, I don't know this, but I think the total salaries for this group might be around $1.5 million. A 3% increase would be $45,000. A 4% increase, you know, you guys do the math. But if that's the kind of magnitude we're talking about, of a merit pay increase, it seems silly to me that we're paying our lawyers $40,000 and more and counting. So I just had to say, it makes no sense to me that the council is not allowed to participate to some degree. Just to give another perspective here, I'm just openly asking the mayor to share with the council the union's most recent proposal to allow us to sit in executive session, because we haven't seen it, to allow us to sit in executive session with the labor attorney, with the business administrator, with the resident volunteer who's negotiating, and explain to us where we stand. And then finally, I'll just make a financial appeal to everyone. We're still trying to raise money for our fallen heroes. At the moment, we are woefully short relative to our goal, with Memorial Day rapidly approaching. And again, our fallen heroes, I'm referencing the people whose lives were lost in combat in the armed services who were from Bradley Beach. We have 19 that are already recognized on monuments around town, one more that we will be adding this year. So again, if anyone has some spare change lying around the house and you can make a donation to the fallen heroes, it's Mr. Deshampkin has set up a collaboration with the Borough Council via the Bradley Beach Historical Society, and we can make contributions there. Thank you very much.
Council President.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief since it's so late. So we didn't have a shade tree meeting, but on a side note, the Bradley Beach sixth grade class took a tour of the trees on their campus with member Noel Weinberg and myself, Jane DeNoble. And we identified the trees there, which included white oak, red maple, red oak, tulip, eastern white pine, river birch, and red bud. And we also talked about how the trees provide oxygen, they improve air quality, they conserve water, preserving soil, and support wildlife, including our local foxes. Next, we have tourism. They had a meeting on March 18th. Good news, Tourist Director Amy Hall secured $2,000 sponsorship from the Monmouth County Tourism Division. The Shamrock Hunt was a huge success. The commission discussed that they're gonna approve a one-day event next year to better promote visitors to Main Street. Also, mark your calendars, April 21st is the 4th annual Earth Day Festival and Green Fair. That'll be held in Riley Park. Really fun. And of course, the summer is shaping up nicely. I can't wait with events on the beachfront and Riley Park. Next is the Bradley Beach Board of Ed. Stand by. Oh, here we go. They had the meeting March 19th. The board mentioned the Poseidon program at the Neptune High School, where graduating students may also receive their associate's degree upon graduation. The school was awarded a full grant from the New Jersey Natural Gas Save Green Project in the amount of $392,000 for the replacement of the 2 old steam boilers, along with LED lighting upgrades. Thanks to Michael Heidelberg, the superintendent, David Tonzola, the BA, and Elizabeth Franks, the president of the Board of Ed, for working on the submission material. Also, Thomas J. Cohen from the Bradley Beach Education Foundation for locating the grant opportunity. That's a huge amount of money that he'll be saving us taxpayers, and we really appreciate that. Bravo to everybody. Great, great work. On another financial note, the Bradley Beach Board of Ed presented their 2024-2025 tentative budget, for which there will be a public hearing on May 7th. After losing over $50,000 in state aid, their budget reflected an increase of $59 for the average home, assessed at $1 million. Another job well done by our Board of Ed. Let's not forget that in the 2023 budget, 2024 budget year, we saw a decrease in our school taxes. Oh, and more good news, they celebrated the winter teams and the coaches, and the girls basketball team is the 2023 Monmouth County Athletic League National Division champions with a record of 12-0. And his daughter Nora was on the team as well. The boys, well, they didn't do it so good, but they had a lot of fun, and the coach was wonderful. And I congratulate all the athletes and their teamwork. Very important. Thank you. That completes my report.
Thank you. I just have a couple things to cover. First, I want to clarify something that I mentioned the last meeting on the funding grant, community project funding grants. So I announced that we got an award, and we certainly thanked Congressman Pallone and Senator Booker. I mentioned that we had 2 applications, one for Sylvan Lake and one for Main Street. I kind of combined that sentence, and I should have separated the sentence. The applications were for Sylvan Lake and Main Street. The award just went to Main Street. Sylvan Lake did not receive an award. I clarified that with the Sylvan Lake team, and they were disappointed, but that's the way the grant crumbled this time. Hopefully better luck next time on that one. As I said, a lot of improvements that we can assess and kind of get lined up relative to Main Street. The grant is $1,400,000. It clearly isn't enough to revamp the whole of Main Street, but we can get a good start on it. We want to start looking at some design and implementation. We want to get a small team together to start looking at the prior plans and see where we go from there. I know that we've had an initial meet, and I initially met with CME on this, and they're just going to get a kind of an idea, a set of ideas for us. As it relates to the boardwalk preservation grant, that 4.3 million that we'd have to match 200,000, it's about 4.6. The CME's already started looking at design phase, specking out some environmental requirements, some survey requirements, some conceptual requirements, made DEP contact. And they're not sure whether we've got to engage the Army Corps yet, but or if, but I think we do. So the point is on this 6 million worth of grants for our community, we're beginning to move on those so we can move forward. We've already received requests from Congressman Pallone and Booker's office for next year already. So we're gonna begin to work on that too. It might be a good way to complement what we already have. Hopefully we can do that. But we'll see how that goes. You probably, some people have seen this on social media, I guess yesterday, maybe the day before, on Mayor's Wellness. I think I mentioned at the last meeting, we received that Healthy Town to Watch in 2022. In 2023, we actually went up a level, and happy to report that we achieved a Healthy Town designation. There's 17 towns that achieved this. We thought we were kind of a year away from that, but we exceeded our expectation. I'm really grateful for the recognition and the team that's worked so hard in this area. I also want to congratulate some other Shore or Monmouth County towns, Bayhead, Wildwood Crest, Asbury Park, who's a repeat, and Freehold received Healthy Town designation. And Stone Harbor, Brigantine, Atlantic City, Red Bank, and Brick received either a Town to Watch or Up and Coming. So I think we've quickly kind of moved up that curve, and we're going to continue to work on programs that make our community healthier going forward. That's all I have for now. I just ask you to, for purposes of brevity, I won't go into the library and recreation, but just check the website for their upcoming events. With that, I'll close my comments and move to public comments. Yes.
Beth Kepler, 504 Central Avenue here in town. I would like to speak and address a Superior Court decision that was handed down yesterday afternoon in regard to Chief Guida. And the judge allowed Chief Guida to get away with his actions with no ramifications to him due to Mayor Fox, the acting business administrator DeMarco, and labor attorney Bernstein, all who criminally conspired to hide the report from the council. The court system and the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office have both failed we the people in this process. First, the prosecutor's office decided not to press criminal charges against Chief Guida, which they had the authority and the discretion to do. And then the judge, who failed to protect the interests of the residents of the borough yesterday, decided to protect the rights and the interests of Chief Guida. The council should urgently provide yesterday's decision to the Attorney General as further proof supporting the need for immediate and impaneling of a grand jury seeking criminal indictments for collusion against the aforementioned individuals who conspired to protect Chief Guida from appropriate disciplinary action. The residents and the borough of Bradley Beach have been damaged by these individuals' actions, Fox, DeMarco, and Bernstein, and that in this matter specifically and other additional situations, collectively and severally, and each of these individuals should be held accountable by way of some kind of a lawsuit or indictment, and consideration by the borough to sue these individuals personally, being that I did receive, thank you for your response to my Oprah request, in regard to, I asked for a copy of the individual fidelity performance and surety bond, a liability policy held personally by Mayor Larry Fox since January 5th of 2021, as is required. And I was informed that there are no responsive records for this part of my request. And I did receive your oath of office. So therefore, that means that you are personally liable for damages. Now, because of the fact that the council is not able to take appropriate disciplinary action due to the withholding and the hiding of the report, because, you know, Mayor Fox is saying that the council, which we have an ordinance, and usually ordinances, when they're broken, which are considered laws, people are arrested. I'm not sure why our police are not acting on, I mean, if I were to break an ordinance, I'd be arrested. So Mayor Fox subverted our ordinance, and he did not provide the report to the council, which we have an ordinance that says he was supposed to. However, he was trying to justify that he didn't provide it to you because he was still working with the prosecutor's office. But somehow acting borough administrator DeMarco and labor attorney Bernstein, they somehow were special and they were able to have access to that information. And as a result of the fact that the council was not able to act as would have been their right to take disciplinary action such as demoting, there would have been, now there will not be, a public municipal trial for the actions of Chief Guida, and disciplinary action, which could have included demotion or some kind of financial remuneration for his actions, will not be allowed to take place now, which is considered damages against us, we the people, because now he will be able to move forward with his retirement and going before the pension board without any kind of penalty or demotion, like he would not, if he, now he'll be retiring as a chief, as opposed to maybe he could have been demoted down to patrolman and retired at a patrolman salary. So there is a financial, not just a moral and ethical issue in hand here. And the mayor would hide that and then misrepresent circumstances under which and the timing and how he received the report and the actions that he took to keep it from the council, which is there's an existing ordinance. Chief Arnold or Captain Arnold, could you please express what your position is about the fact that Mayor Fox withheld in violation of our ordinance the report that he was supposed to have provided that he was in receipt of on January 19th and chose not to? Could you express what your feelings as chief would be and how you will be handling that?
Thank you for those comments. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, keep that in mind, that Captain Arnold will not comment. The mayor comment. He can't comment. Right.
John Ross, 107 Second Avenue. I have been working back and forth with lining the driveways or the street for parking. Parking towards the beach, which is, on the first house, and I have a 2-car garage with a 1-car apron cut. Very challenging for homeowners and for beachgoers. I didn't believe after 20 years there was gonna be any resolution to it, except when I see the first block from Main Street on Second Avenue and the first block on Third Avenue, all lined with parking and delineated driveways. Also, North Avenue is completely lined with first block parking and driveways all the way down to Main Street driveway delineations. I was working, I thought, with Mayor Fox, and I thought that he said he was thinking that it was going to happen, but he would also like the parking delineated, but I haven't heard anything. And, I first called the road department because I thought, well, they're the ones that do the yellow lines. They're probably the ones that line the driveways.
They can't make that decision.
No, and they said they can't.
Right.
And then they said, no, the police department makes it. So I called the police department and I think I talked to a Sergeant Sullivan. No, Arnold, maybe?
He's captain.
Captain, okay, well, that's captain. And he said to me, well, if I do it for you, I have to do it for everybody. But as I say, I think that ship sailed because you did it for somebody. And that's all I have to say. I've been, a homeowner here for 30 years. The home that I built is 20 years old, and I've been going through this for 20 years. This is the latest picture of somebody in my driveway who the police, they give a ticket to, but they won't take them out, they won't tell them. And then I'm held in my house from 6 o'clock in the morning until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, until somebody decides to move. And then they curse me up and down that, I should get an effing ticket every effing day of my life because they got a ticket. And they're in my driveway and I can't pull out. And that's all, thank you.
May I have your number of your home again?
Yes, 107,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. It's the first house towards the ocean. Thank you.
Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I wanna, first of all, do my little public service announcement, which is that, our next meeting is April 10th. Your next meeting is April 10th. That also is the second Wednesday of an even month. which is plastic film pickup day. So, since that has not been changed, I would like to encourage everyone to put out their plastic film. I want to reiterate what I learned this evening, because it got a little confusing with names of people being thrown around. That the mayor stated that he and the CFO are who signs the checks. So quite honestly, that really doesn't concern Mr. DeMarco, because it is those two people's responsibility. And I don't know why we can't know who does what job. But I'll just put it right out here. Yes, we are spending $300 a month for that disgusting, useless website. And it would be better if our employees did the job properly. And I don't know how it is again, I actually got on a mailing list for the mayor's newsletter. Do any of you think I want to receive that? Who put me on it? That's the last thing I want to see in my inbox. And then it went on and on about our food pantry and our volunteers. They are not ours. They are their own business. And if you're gonna do that for them, and I say this to you all the time, then do it for every other business in this municipality. How dare you be that biased? Especially with our money. I still don't know the difference between commission and department. But I do know when I click on things like Borough Hall, I don't know where to look for something on the list because there's no order. Maybe it's the teacher in me, you do things alphabetically. I don't know. But again, it is an employee who does this. So do not stand there and sit there and tell us we cannot talk about the incompetence of the employees unless it is you who tell them, do not be organized, do not be accurate, take liberties. It's one or the other. And we, since we're paying for it, I think it is extraordinarily unjust. I also failed to say regarding the whole electric charging station thing, which I really did want a while ago until it got blown out of proportion. Plans of grandioseness and blocking people's parking spaces in front of their house. This new law thing is not needed right away. We don't have to comply right away. Technology will make leaps and bounds in the next 10 years. On all of that. That whole thing doesn't just need to be tabled, it needs to be put away for another 8 years. I also don't understand why we are spending money on a QPA. And then yet, this bid package on the church thing was done by the acting BA and the mayor. It just is mind-boggling on every level how we continue to waste money. How people who don't know enough involve themselves in things they shouldn't be involved in. How people who don't know the direction we want to go into, we don't want that grandiose plan for Main Street. That's not what we want. How many years are we gonna have it presented? Pay for a second presentation, a third presentation? No, thank you. It's not what we want. And to have the same people be consulted is shortchanging the other residents of the town. And that's it, because I'm gonna go and dig out my recycling.
Thank you.
I still have time. My thing didn't go off.
I said you were done.
I never said I'm done.
You gave that impression, it's fine.
Well, maybe it's your interpretation. So definitely is.
Could be.
And your arrogance and your offense and the comments you make to the public. You need to be the one to monitor yourself and your comments and state the facts.
Yeah, I was pointing you. While you're getting up, I'd just like to say that our municipal employees work hard every day and do a good job, and it's unfortunate that people sometimes they raise it. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Ed McKeown, 205 Evergreen Avenue. Comment and a question. Given our audit issues that we're starting to hear about now, I don't understand how we approve the bill list without someone here to answer questions. Should we, here's my question, should we have a process in place to ensure questions are answered prior to approval? You're putting the council and yourself in a very difficult spot right now by approving these bills. And again, with our audit, and I know things are sometimes a little different, but it's all money and it all kind of comes together. So I ask the question again, should we have a process in place to ensure questions are answered prior to approval?
Yeah, I took your comment down and I'll certainly talk to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brinley Ave. Okay, this audit information has me spinning. I'm going to remind everyone that I came up here last year discussing the replenishment of the anticipated surplus for 2022 during the budget season last year. And I harped on the 300,000 because in 2022, we only passed the budget because of a $300,000 amount that the council didn't want approved. It got eliminated in 2022, the budget passed, okay? When we came into 2023, Mayor, you don't have to look at me like you're gonna stab me, okay?
No, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, okay, so we came into 2023 and I kept mentioning this 300,000 because I found it to be very much of a coincidence that the budget got approved without this 300,000 that had been in payroll, and so it got removed because it was too much of a raise, and it's the only way the budget was going to get approved in 2022. When we came into 2023, we found out that we had only replenished 700,000 into the anticipated surplus of the $1 million we used. So I sat here and said, wow, what a coincidence that we didn't pass 300,000 in the 2022 budget, but now we see that we didn't replenish 300,000, okay? And I harped on this, and Mr. Fahrenbach and Larry Fox treated me like I was an imbecile every time I was up here talking about that. So here we are now with the proof from an audit that they lied by omission, by not even correcting the fact that 700,000 wasn't paid back and only $22,000 was paid back. So I also recall standing up here when we were told we were going to have an 11% municipal tax increase, but that was an error. It was more like 13.2. And I remember standing up here and saying, how can that be? Did our council, were they given false numbers to vote on during the 2023 budget? I said those words up here. Again, looked at like I was some imbecile. Well, guess what? You guys were given false numbers last year. And when this budget comes in front of you, I don't care if we can't pay anyone. I don't care if not one penny gets paid. Until this mayor steps down, we cannot give him the responsibility of doing anything with our money again. If you all introduce this budget, just introduce it. You are part of this criminality. You are part of these lies. You are part of wasting our tax dollars with no idea of where it went. And I want to also remind everybody that in 2022, when we used $1 million and didn't replenish it, guess what else we used that we have no records on? We got $217,000 of COVID money that year too, that we have no records on where that was spent. This is a federal issue. We don't just need state investigations in here. We need federal investigations in here now. We cannot. He will bankrupt us
before we can manage our own money. We can manage our own money here. We will do it. He needs to step down because he cannot manage a penny. We had, what was it that Councilman Gubitosi said about the auditor? We have no bank reconciliations. We don't balance bank accounts. We don't balance bank accounts. How many bank accounts do we have? How many? Do you know how many? About? Do we have 20 or do we have like 5?
I think it's like 20 something.
Okay, and we don't reconcile bank accounts, guys, and we have over 20 bank accounts. Trust accounts dipped in and out to, that is against the law to not have those records.
Thank you.
Can you please resign?
Okay.
We can't give you another penny.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mayor, you said we have a healthy town designation? Is that what you said?
Yes.
We do, but it's not a financial healthy town designation. I did want to say that, Mr. Cannon, I mean, I think everyone should call the DCA tomorrow and use this, New Jersey statute 52:27 BB-51, which calls into question the officer of the municipality who shall keep accounts and perform the duties in accordance with the recommendations of the DCA. This report should go to the DCA and that person should forfeit their office. That's what the statute says. Again, if you need it, 52:27 BB-51. I feel bad for Mr. Ross. I've been requesting street striping on Main Street for 10 years. So I'm hoping that Mr. Ross can get his striping, but that the $1.4 million that's set aside for Main Street can be used for striping. Ladder crosswalks where there's no signalized intersections. And I mean, it just has to be done. It's just silly at this point. But also I wanted to clarify, I got approval from this council to purchase 2 benches for my building at 401 Main Street. And I'm working with the BBDCA and the council to determine what that's gonna be. So now that we got this grant, I'm not one to spend money twice. So I don't wanna have to spend money on these benches and then have the benches not match whatever's going on Main Street. So is there anyone that can give me some direction on that? Cause I don't wanna drop a couple grand and find out I gotta change them out.
Maybe we could use benches that you choose as standard bench on Main Street.
Bradley Beach doesn't use anything that I choose.
We could choose to do that. It's
We could
just an
choose to
idea.
have a committee,
I
with
would love
maybe
to
a
be-
council
I'd love to
member
be
on
that
there.
committee, you know?
Okay.
I'm just so happy
You're
that the
invited.
Bradley Beach Education Foundation was willing to take in the refugee that I am, because I wasn't accepted on any other committees.
Thank you.
But thank you very
I
much.
know
for
you're
hearing.
the shade tree.
Yes.
Name Shishia 20 Osworth Avenue. I don't know exactly how I want to present this, so please be patient with me. I found it absolutely amazing that everybody congratulated the fact that the school got a new heating system. And it was done by a group of people who did it out of the goodness of their heart and for the sole purpose of the benefit of the school. I did not hear the mayor say thank you. I don't understand it, how you find it so difficult to thank human beings with no agenda who work very, very hard to make our town better. And you don't have the courtesy to acknowledge them and say thank you. I find that very disturbing. And I'm going to give you my bill list, questions, so maybe I will get these answered. And please make sure Ms. DeMarco gets a copy.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Real quick, I just wanted to add my voice to the gentleman who requested striping.
Just give me your name and address.
I am sorry, Lauren Egbert, 404.5 Brindley Avenue. I don't know now if the budget will allow for it, but I would love to see striping throughout the town, and certainly on Brindley Avenue on my street. There are people that take their half out of the middle on, you know, in order to preserve a parking space for somebody. And it really cuts down on the amount of parking that we have on the road. So, and also I think, you know, that I'm not sure how happy people were about the striping that was done on North, was it? Yeah, and they are asking, you know, why here and not other places? And I was thinking, yeah, why there and not on my street? You know, so please consider the possibility of striping throughout the town.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Linda W. 312 Brindley. I'd like to thank Councilman Natosi for providing us with this information. It must have taken a long time to do this. Does the audit compare what we budgeted for something and what we actually spent on something? I don't understand how the audit works. I'm just asking.
I mean, it's a 200-page document. It's really, really thick, and
I'm
it's got,
sure.
budget is, another word in our vernacular is appropriation. So what we think we're gonna spend is appropriation, and it
And
gives,
what we spent.
and what we spend is expenses, and it gives us bonus. So it's in there.
So does it tell us where we went over? I mean, obviously, spent too much money, way too much money. So which areas do we have to concentrate on minimizing the expenditures? What we're gonna expend?
It's basically in there, but it's very complex. I've had it for about a week and I haven't even dove into the details, but it'll take a little while. For me, and I presume,
No, I'm not asking you to.
no, but I'm saying
Through it.
it's
I
gonna
just
take.
want to know if that information is available to us, because
Mhm.
for you to get a budget, maybe your budget can't be as, you know, large as it is for certain departments. And we have to really tighten our belts, because this is really unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Hopper, 610 Brindley Avenue. Whoever changed the form for us to fill out the mercantile license, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for changing it. It's much easier to read. That says if you have a professional license, you don't have to pay for it. So thank you, whoever did that. I also had a concern that the mayor is not concerned. It seems that only Councilman Gubitosi, I mean, I'm sure everyone is, but Mayor Fox is more concerned about the mayor's wellness campaign and our Zoom meetings that 5 people attend. When you're spending our money and you can't reconcile, you're not concerned about that. You don't tell us like, everyone, hey, I'm gonna act as the mayor. People of Bradley Beach, I'm very sorry that the audit came back this way. We're gonna do our best to reconcile, make it better. We want to make Bradley Beach a great town. I'm sorry the audit happened this way, but we're gonna do better. We're gonna make that money spend and show you how we spend it. That's awesome, right? Wouldn't have been so great to hear that, and I would have felt good, we all would have felt good. But obviously you have no concern. You made more of a diatribe about the mayor's wellness campaign than the audit, which I can't believe you did that. And the last thing was, I know there was not a thank you given, and I understand why there was no thank you given. I mean, courtesy would be, you buy someone a drink, they say, thanks, have a great night. I purchased the mayor's drinks and I got no thank you. So please don't anyone expect a thank you or I'm sorry anymore. From this point till November, there will be no thank yous, I'm sorries, just don't expect them, they're not gonna happen. It's just not the way he operates, and
Okay, thank you.
I'm not done.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, you do this all the time, I get it late, but you have no timing whatsoever. you just assume, I get it's late. I mean, the BA knows it's late. She left very, very early. Is there any way that we can make her stay here? This stinks. I wanted to ask her, hey, did you take a class at Rutgers University that I had no idea about? Or was that someone else? Erica didn't take it. Who took that class? I'd love to know that she's taking a class to try to do her job. That's like me going to an anatomy class while I'm already a doctor. Doesn't work that way. You kind of have to take that beforehand. So that's really scary. So thanks. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There's one on the board. I cannot read the name. Could you read the
get
name?
it. Hold on.
Ray Castellano.
Ray Castellano.
Mr. Castellano? Mr. Castellano?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great, thanks.
Can
I'm
you-
very, I'm very,
Yes,
oh, I'm
name
sorry,
and
604 Bradley Boulevard.
Yeah,
I'm really intrigued about this budget. Can somebody inform me, how many line items is this budget? How big is it? What's the size? How many checks, how many POs do we have? How many checks do we write a year? Does anybody have any data about the volume?
I know there used to be an Excel spreadsheet with 800 account line items, but I have no idea how many checks we write.
Okay, so I'll just throw this out there. In companies, when they can't figure out what to do, they outsource it. Because they realize they don't have the resources, they don't have the talent, they don't have the continuity between people as they turn over. And, you know, what they basically do is they say, we're going to pay somebody to do this. We obviously don't have procedures. We don't know what commitments we make. We can't keep track of our expenses. And it's probably going to take a lot of resources to do and a lot of people, because it doesn't seem like we have the basic people infrastructure in place to do it. Otherwise, we would be doing a lot better on all the things I heard tonight. So I would just say, rather than looking at outsourcing, you know, the water pipes, we should be looking at outsourcing somebody that take care of our budget, pay it as a bill every year, and solve the problem that way. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
second. All in favor?
I
Hey, Kat, whatever Eileen just gave you, did she give you more? Fill this, but
Yeah,